Alright. I'm still setting stuff up. Just need to click a couple buttons. Yo, what's up, G-Doctor? Welcome in, welcome in. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. Oh yeah, epic pen. Epic pen. This should be good. Excellent. And we're gonna move this over here. We are chilling. You're fine? Good to hear, good to hear. It's only Tuesday, so we can only be but so good. That's good to hear. While we wait a little bit, I'm gonna play a couple games of Clam Blitz. Checking your Luna gameplay. Pog. Pog. See, I was trying to figure out what build I wanted to use. I'm still debating on if I want to use the special power up. I feel like the run speed and stuff's slightly better. I can do something like this. I can do this. Yeah, I need to actually get real gear. That's for this all, but we'll roll with this. Marina Sim? I remember the name. Not gonna lie, my brain's fried. Yeah, let me double back real quick. Did I review your code? Oh, that was a couple days ago, right? I'm trying to remember. I remember seeing your name, but I don't remember if I was playing in a game and I saw you, or if I reviewed it. I did? Okay. Must have been on the previous one. Hold on, let me double check. Trying to fully remember the game. I do remember the Luna gameplay, but I'm trying to remember the actual 14 days. Okay. I was gonna say it would be a little bit. Do you remember the map and the mode? I'm trying to think back on the it's like once I remember I'll like know. I like vaguely remember, but I don't like I don't know now. Oh, Mincemeat Zones, I do remember that. Okay. I remember some of the Zippy cast. I'm trying to play the game through my head. It's not it's not super vivid, but I do remember. Thank you. I appreciate your patience with me. We should be pretty close to getting that thing condensed and put on the main channel with the condensed review. I also have a non-review video, just a more general educational video for Splatoon And hopefully I can get out soon. But I want to go over some stuff with painting that I've seen as like a consistent theme with people. Just like watching other people play the game and stuff, and my own understanding and comprehension of like paint in this game. And some of it relates to like the Nova. AKA put some respect on the Nova. It's so awkward to get those clams. It's also so awkward playing this game in 20 FPS. Okay. Oh wait, we're just on the bridge, my bad. I was playing a little bit last night. My awareness was so good. Now I feel like an old boomer. Oh, I meant to jump off. I missed the ledge. This poor enemy team keeps running into my mind. Oh no. Alright. So right now we're stalling, so I want to get mines down on the last one, so I have to actually back up. And I get one shot by the Stamper. I heckin' love Stamper in this game. Oh! Oopsie. Yo, what's up, AI? What's up, X-Ray? Welcome, welcome. Playing some solo queue until we're... Okay. I should have just dropped over the top with that. I would have really struggled with that. Oh. Holy gosh. Wait, they have double stamp. Probably gonna lose lead here. I'm gonna be honest. I need my teammates to stop feeding. Got the EQ feeding. Why are we feeding? Well, we should be able to just need a score to take lead, so we're chilling. Plenty of time left. This should give me passive charge. I should be able to get an inkjet pretty fast. Ow, machine. If I could have someone nearby. Why do we keep... Dude, this frame rate is out of control. Am I gonna die try to climb this? No. Fortunately not. I'm not in a bad spot, but my teammates need to stop feeding. If you can push up, that'd be beautiful. Nice. Why are we taking fights by yourself? Why are you not dead? Oh shoot. What was that lag? Bro, no way. Yeah, I gotta like hold forward. That's unfortunate. What's up, Vapor? What's up, Cherry? Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Zuka mode was interesting. Welcome in incognito. It was fun. I said it on Twitter, but they need to like also on Discord. They need to lower the match times. I think it should be like 2 minutes long. Truthfully. Laggiest clash in the world. That was me yesterday when I was playing tower control. Except I wasn't using it to my advantage. I just kept feeding. Oh no. Yeah. I don't know why our team kept trying to take fights by themselves. That was unfortunate. Like, there's a couple times where the sword would push up and I'm like pinging their lane that they're trying to take pushes with, and they win the fight cleanly. And then they immediately take the next fight that they see and die immediately before I can get into position to help them. My inkjets are really bad. Occasionally I have flashes of brilliance, but on average they're really bad. I noticed in matches, like, I mean, this is with all specials, it's the same thing with Crab, but your initial positioning, it matters so much for inkjet. Obviously, if you can hit directs, then it matters less, but if you just want on average, like high quality inkjets, just position properly. Just position well, forehead. Alright, no more L's. I don't have Vapor here to carry me, so no more L's. I have to do this one myself, unfortunately. Oh shoot. Getting in P in front of your mid area is so important at the beginning of these matches. Not against a comp that's playing very slow like this. I'm gonna go left, so never mind, we have a spotling left. Holy heavy. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I expected this to go way different. They made a boo-boo. They made an oopsie whoopsie. I can't outrange that. Okay. I'm gonna try to get an inkjet into position while we use Kraken. Nice. I should have been lower. Oh, I didn't. Is it wrong of me to think you should be able to squid roll an inkjet? I tried to go for a squid roll there. It did not work. Contrary to no one's beliefs. That did not work. No, they're one shot. I'm dead. And they're marked copium. All of them are marked though. That's actually not bad. Okay. Okay, I need to be faster when we decide to use our Kraken. I need to keep an eye on the UI up top and see when my teammate's Krakening. I also need to... Oh goodness, I have to jump. This is crazy. I probably inkjet behind the pillow, honestly. I did not mean to pick that up. but I totally did. Oh! Crying. Crying. Alright. I need a chance to just paint. I mean, I stop randomly using our Krakens. I'm trying to give each other space, but no one's ready to push. We're all failing. Holy. Go. Don't want to take the fight against the paintbrush, but I'm more than happy to distract. I'm close to inkjet. I'm gonna get underneath here. Missed my last shot. It's fine. We took lead. That's all that matters. Yo, what's up, Echo? Welcome in, welcome in. The inkjet weapon? Nova, what is that? Most people do not know what this weapon is. However, it was released and then they gave it a new kit. I think the weapon's actually kind of nice, I'm not gonna lie. I lose a lot of value because my inkjets are trash. I mean, they're a work in progress. I don't know why I was wasting my time. This thing has like terrible object damage. This thing could definitely use a small buff, but I don't know. I think it's a lot closer to viability and it just being overall strong than people give it credit for. Oh my goodness. Wait, who scored? Alright, I kind of threw this game. Who scored at the end there? Maybe they jumped them in from Reed or something? Oh. I see, I see. Jeej. Yeah, spinner, that's what I was about to say. That was the only potential option there. Yeah, we did not coordinate our specials at all that game. We have Zipcasters just mindlessly going in. We're using Krakens very deep in our base. My inkjets were not very good. They were quite panicked in a lot of spots, but yeah. Oh, we only had one Zipcast. But yeah, that one was very early. I don't know what the plan was there. We're in the NA solo queue zone right now. When we're at this elo means people don't use their brain. Back to enemy splatling build. I have to use my phone. Let me go check. Let us see. Let us see. It's been way too long since I've used this app. Alright, they Wait, what the? Why is this just private battles? Holy. Oh, it's Vapor. Sucks. Mother love, nice. Clean up. Alright, I should be playing around this jet. This jet's actually going hard. Ugh. You're not gonna get the score, it's not worth. Just hold mid control, I'll make another ball, it's all good. I played that really badly. I didn't notice they were 3 down. Bro. This frame rate. Oh, that's so bad. I'm very dead. I shouldn't be pushing up like that. It's fine though, our comp doesn't... I have to be a little bit more aggressive than normal. He scores. There you go. Just gonna make a ball, hold mid, get mines down. We're chilling. Nice shot. Oh. Nice. What's your favorite color? I don't know. I feel like my color choice has changed quite a bit. But I don't know what my favorite color is. Usually like a light blue of some sort. Or like an aqua teal. Something in that realm. I'm a fan of. Well played. Nice fish. Let me... I love using the inkjet main weapon, the sub weapon. If I can improve my... Oh, so I think there's two things that you need in order to get value out of Nova. Like your awareness has to be on point because you're like a true support player. There's a lot of spots where you can't really fend for yourself, but there's a lot of spots throughout the match that you're able to provide for your team. So like prioritizing that and you know what you're looking for, know where to be, and like know good positions that you need to take in order to get the paint that you need to get down. Which we never talk about in the community, but the painting's very important on this weapon. And you have to like play it well in order to get true value out of it. Mines are another thing that get ridiculous value, but like weaving them into the game plan is I need to get more comfortable doing that. And then yeah, if your inkjets are good, you can kind of, you don't have to use the main weapon well, but you can use the main weapon pretty well. Really sad right now. I spent so long trying to get chunks to get LDE for the hero mindset replica. You put it on the wrong gear. Oh no. Oh no. At least you didn't pick the wrong region and then you're stuck playing in the wrong region for X rank for the next 3 months. That would be more heartbreaking, I think. Because like Nova, for example, actually does... Oh my god. My bad. Oh god. I should have just inkjetted immediately. Yeah, this sploosh is just gonna be annoying all game. Mines could probably help with the sploosh. But like certain times you can get really good matchups against like a Tetra, for example. Which I can't do normally as a splash player. But if you don't position properly, you just get hard punished, but the matchup's actually super easy if you are in a good spot. And granted, they have the ability to play it well as well. Bro. I don't know if I can trust my teammates. This sploosh is just gonna come in and score like a million times. Brother, shut up. If you want to Kraken, go Kraken. I'll jump to you, but... Oh, I'm dead. I should have been moving forward. That's my bad. I should have been positioned faster. I also don't know. I'm so dead. I'm playing this really poorly. Zukas are getting better. That's good to hear. The event definitely gives you a lot of repetition to try it out. Oh god. dead. Just the jet. Get absolutely outplayed. Did not mean to take that fight directly. I thought I was a little bit closer to cover. Holy. Oh, shoot. They might GG here. Slightly out of range. MB. This matchup is, I mean, this map is a little bit tough against double backline. Bro. Bro's crazy. Bro's got the moves. I don't know. I'm surprised that we're not cracking and getting jump-ins. Like, I thought when my heavy was pinging this way that they're like, oh, I'm gonna go special and you should jump to me. And then they specialed and then they just like went for random kills. Which the rest of our team was not in position for. Although the first one I did mess up actually. I did the sploosh. That actually was my mistake. I will certainly take responsibility for one of those. Ouch. The enemy spelling had run speed and like a main swim speed, which swim speed seems whatever, but maybe they want it after their whatchamacallits? The oh, was there had been redeemed? Oh, my bad. Thank you. Takaroka next season. Yeah. Tentatek just feels silly. I don't know. Like, it's not even it's not a player problem, it's just a population problem. I'll never understand why anyone would ever choose Tentatek. But you do have to deal with a little bit of lag and stuff on Takaroka, so I can understand. I mean, there's valid cases either way, but with the way things are trending, it's just like really hard to find a proper match. Holy. Was that the same sploosh from last game? There's only like 2 splooshes in existence. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, the sploosh is sweat their entire existence. I respect it. I respect the sweat in solo queue. Teammates? Oh my. No, I just hit them once. My bad, my bad. I don't know why we're feeding there. That makes no sense. We had full mid control and we had another, like, clam. There's zero reason to try to feed for power clam there. It's just lack of discipline. But it's all good. No. I don't know why you took that fight. If they were full health, it makes sense, but they were like really low. They got hit for 50 on the inkjet. Maybe they didn't expect me to like go for a fight? I don't really know. Huh? Yo, bro really is crazy. No! My teammate's body blocking! Oh, that's so sad. Oh, you are shredded, my friend. There's a heavy on the right side. Bro, they dropped. Where's my team? Yeah. That's one thing. If you're the enemy, like if your teammate has an inkjet, if they inkjet in that kind of spot, you have to protect that. Like I threw 3 of them in like 3 of the enemy team and like not even that great of a spot. Like I don't care if I get splatted, but there has to be some sort of trade there. Do I keep getting body blocked by my teammates? We are struggling. Should be able to get that pick. No, I didn't get the jump off. I'm so scared of sploosh. Get absolutely wrecked. I'm getting stuck on the sign. What is you? Yeah, I'm not used to having to dodge objects in the air, but that's like 3 times that I've hit that sign. And I've gotten punished for it. I made a mistake. Yeah, we're gonna lose here. It's my bad. I'll take the L for that one. Okay, we gotta go. Bro, where's our Kraken? What? Oh, my drop roller. I've never thrown a clam with drop roller. I forgot. Oh. Brother, ain't no way. I almost choked the game right there. I was so scary. Fortunately, we didn't, but we almost choked there. Number one sploosh, dang. They got the moves. They definitely play like a sploosh player, but they got the moves. They just have like, it's like playing against Love Star. It's like Love Star is a very strong mechanical dualies player. But like if you actually play around them just constantly feeding, they don't change their game plan. They're super one-dimensional in the way that they play. But that one dimension is very, very strong from both those players. I need to do a better job with ink mines. I did okay that game, but the few kills that I got on them, I was like extremely fortunate. I didn't play well, they just didn't play well. Oh wait, y'all didn't get a loss for that. W. I love Love Star, my idol for real. Yeah, Love Star is great. I don't know anything about them, but I don't mind them on my team. But they're definitely one of those players that if you plan around it, you should be able to stop them. But the one thing is, like, if they like eventually break through, like if they end up just like winning the fight at a certain point, then is real rough. They'll just start breaking open the game. It's a very risky play style, but both those players have the mechanics to make it work, so it doesn't surprise me that either of them get like good powers and stuff. Chara's movement in Splatoon 2. Did Chara have movement in Splatoon 2? Yo, what's up, Sons? Welcome on, welcome on, welcome on. Going to sleep now. Thank you for popping in. Have a good night, my friend. Thank you for the headband redeem. My forehead feels warm. I can't move left. I don't know where I want to position on this map. Especially, like, they also have double backline, which makes it even more awkward. We might just be playing for specials. No, that didn't spawn. That's tough. Could be a big stop. That's a big stop. His frame rate is unbearable. They like actually need to do something about it. I don't know if it's because I don't know if other weapons have always been this laggy or if it's just really laggy now and it. Nice shots. But the frame rate is just constantly a struggle. I can deal with the latency, I can deal with the frame rates, but I can't deal with both. Holy object shred. No. Bro, I cannot hit my shots. And I get sniped. That should have been a really high impact special, but it just wasn't. The dude, the frame rate, come on. Nice. I got the mix up. My inkjets are so bad. Oops. My inkjets are so bad that they just like don't respect it. Ink mine kills never fail to make me laugh. Bro, this frame rate is out of control. I'm missing everything. Special leader and let's go. Oh, that was nice of them. Shoot. My movement was not very tight. Is not a great jump. Josie of the Tides, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you, my friends. I'll catch up with chat in a bit. I just need to... No, don't push, don't push, don't push. It's not where... We had 2 balls, we just chill. I need to stop feeding, but... Yeah, that's my bad. Now our balls get gone, so it's GG. Yeah. People are so quick to force in spots, which, I mean, I'm forcing, but, you know. You know. Have you ever done team coaching? Yeah. Yeah, we've done, like, scrims and stuff. I've done, like... For live stream stuff, I've... Like, usually I just, like, y'all give replay codes and then I review them. But yeah, I've done it for teams and for scrims and stuff. Usually whenever there's any sort of, like, scrim, when you're playing with people and you have voice comms and stuff, I'll look at the team as a whole, but I'll put more focus on the person that actually submitted it. Be anything you got. Checks the boxes. I'm gonna finish this set. Or 1-in-1, and then we'll jump into a bunch of reviews. Because we got some reviews. Yeah, that's the one rough thing about this weapon though, is like that last game I was like basically from I should have been more patient for teammates to use special, but from my perspective, they just like refused to move until we get picks, so I started forcing, like I was taking bed fights, so is my bad on that spot, but I wish that we were looking to be a little bit more aggressive, but I think it's totally valid to just only move when you're whatchamacallit? Like, only try to move forward with your charge strikes. Mines underrated? Yeah. My mines aren't underrated, but they are. Had some better clam rounds? Nice. Good to hear, good to hear. Any more practice? Love to hear that. Seems like things are going well. Oh, Vapor's on my team. I gotta actually sweat. Hold on. I'm glad to hear things are going well. Oh no, we're playing against that sploosh again. Bro does not want to play Splatoon. Bro wants to speed run. He doesn't want a PvP, he wants to speed run. I have to back out. What? Oh no. I accidentally shot Vapor in the back. I should have just finished that. MB. Oh, I tried Vapors, he's not using Explo. The rapid goat. Oh, I missed my initial shot. I think that was a fine play on my part. I just have to hit that shot. They're stuck in a corner, so that was an accuracy diff. Hello? Oh my god. I'm actually trolling. We have to like move forward as a team. We need heckin' paint. Nice. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't expect the wiper to ledge camp like that. I thought they were gonna rotate through. Because I didn't want to take the fight with the wiper, although I should have played it better. Nice shot. I didn't want to take that fight, but I expected them to help at a certain point. Either way, I need to paint. We have 0 paint. They're gonna be on my job. Or not. That could have been very bad if they I should have had that kill faster. No. Oh. This is painful. Stop. Yeah. Let's just say I might have blundered a little bit with the way that I played that. I could have sworn we were gonna have the stop, but their team slays better than ours, as my bad. I'm actually trolling there. What if he had splatter shot here? Fair. Yeah, this definitely has some rough edges to it, but you know. Sorry, Vapor. I did not expect our team to struggle as much as we did on defense. Part of that's my fault though. I was feeding my face off for most of that game. Minus 70. Sheesh. MB. Yeah, I need to work on my defensive minds for sure. Stuck in the deep depths, yeah. Yeah, at some point it's like, yeah, I'll pick Splash and we'll grind, but early on in the season it's fun to it's fun to try some new stuff. There's plenty of time. We can worry about grinding in the future. Want to pick up rapid? Yeah, I feel ya, I feel ya. Ranges on it are awkward, and especially in solo queue, and especially against a sploosh. Dude, the frame rate is already bad. We've only gotten to the loading screen. We have not been able to interact with the game. Alright, let's go. Do my... That's not the Nova's problem, that's my problem there. I can't get... Oh, nice. There. Solid push. Teammates did a great job of getting beacons. Our teammate did a great job of stalling. Biggest thing is that they're gonna have momentum and they're close to specials. Oof. We need to force them to use specials before they... Like, if they get picks, it's not great, but... We have to at least force them to use specials in order to earn those. Nice. I was able to cut off their paint from behind. No. Not the squid roll. Tanking one of my 5 shots required to spell out the enemy team. Good. Oopsie. That was an ouchie on my part. Bro, you gotta move, my friend. Uh-oh. I thought they were still charging, that's my bad. I was thinking of moving left instead of dropping. I should have moved to the grate. That's actually the smarter play. I didn't expect the Trizuka player to have as much patience as they did with their shot. Holy. Alright. See, I'm doing the thing that I said in one of the reviews a little bit ago, where like our team has a lead and I'm like not trying. I stopped caring because we scored and got down to 12 at the beginning, which is not the approach you want to have if you want to play the video game and win the video game. Shoot. they're gonna have a crab. Yeah, these are the spots where it'd be nice to have a special charge, but not fully needed. Fine for them to score. Right. Does that make us 2-2? Anyone got more frames? The patch was supposed to fix it. I mean, so part of it is the fact that it's just never fixable. Like, part of it is a hardware limitation. Slash... I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about things, but some of it is definitely a hardware limitation, like without a doubt. Console's very old. And it wasn't even powerful for its time. It was like on par with older technologies at the time. Where when the Switch first came out, like it looked nice. Like the whole package for what it was. Like the console, it's, you know, the 2 modes, the build qualities, you know, generally pretty nice with what Nintendo does. Obviously, I don't like the design of I like the design of the Joy-Con, but I don't like the build of it. The buttons and the sticks feel, especially the triggers and stuff, like R and ZR, LZL, those things feel very cheap. But, you know, it was a very good value. Like, the Switch was an incredible value when it first came out. But in order for it to have that type of value, for them to put it at the price point that they put it at, but, yeah, I definitely think it's a scenario where it's gonna constantly be a problem unless they had like a performance mode where like it got rid of all of the background stuff. I feel like significantly reduced like everything that was going on in the back end. Alright, I have the Sploosh player on my team, so I'm gonna pop ink jets and try to push with them. We'll see how it works. The enemy team doesn't have a lot of slaying potential. Pencil high key kind of slaps though. I don't know where to position with this weapon on a lot of the maps, I can't lie. No. Okay, that's fine. I caused enough chaos for the rest of my team, but I should have gotten the initial pick. I got underneath them, like everything was good to go. Nice. No. Oh my god. I'm actually trolling. I wonder if you can weave a mine in, because I didn't have any paint. I didn't feel like painting my feet. I wonder if I could have thrown a mine in that spot. Alright, we need to just chill. Scores are fine. Like, we're in a fine spot because we have all the mid painted, but we need to chill now. I need to get inkjet. We need to stabilize. I can probably look to inkjet mid. If I could push forward, that'd be even more excellent. Thank you. Aww. Honestly, I probably could have squid rolled forward. Okay, yeah, we're gonna be careful. That was a really good jump. Or, I thought they jumped. I guess they just dropped out. I'm gonna get a mine down here. I get Peether on the cooler so that they have a more annoying time trying to get to it. There's two people on right. I should probably help this. Okay, I'm gonna move. Yeah, once this person drops. Someone else above, but... No, nice shot. In that type of spot, I just need to jump out. Like, we have dedicated backline to jump out to, so... I need to just get value. Oh, this is really bad. Thank you. What? No. Don't know if they wanted to do that. I guess technically they saved it. I'm just taking all the climbs in mid, get paint. Our team should be able to jump in. I need to back out because they're gonna start pushing. I'm gonna reposition my mines to be a little bit more defensive. I thought there was someone else. Oops. Alright, well, these weren't pretty games, but they were kind of fun. Sometimes they're just kind of fun. There's certain spots where I need to be using my, like, knowing when it's okay to move forward and go in, and knowing when it's okay, or like when you need to like stay back. And I think I erred a little bit on the side of being too defensive. I don't trust my awareness and I don't trust my shot in a lot of these areas, but I also have to think about how do I want to use my ink mines, like, because I'm just throwing generally like good ink mines, like I'm throwing them in choke points that just generally make sense. But for whatever, like I think, and I'm not like an ink mine player, but I would imagine that I should be getting ink mines in a way that, like whatever stage of the match we're in now, I want to make sure that my ink mines reflect that, if that makes sense. You know, and sometimes it's like, okay, well, if I have defensive ink mines around our base and around our ramps, but we take mid for free, then I need to like move the ink mines up a little bit. But even then, I'm not actively thinking about it. It's something that I have to actually like look at. If I can find more Nova players. I definitely, like, my inkjet's not good, but it definitely feels a lot more comfortable. My aim needs a lot of work, but from where I initially started, we've made leaps and bounds in a couple of days. So I'll take that. Lost. Oh, Choco Pero. No, feels bad. And it's definitely gonna be different. There'll be little bits of shift. Pay me to coach on the jet. Honestly, maybe. I don't have much hope because the meta's basically the same since launch. I think the game's in a decent state right now. Decent state. Not ideal. But I think some of it comes back to like, what are you? I'm gonna do 2 rolls real quick. I've never gotten a gold roll. Certainly I wouldn't just like get a gold capsule. No, I wouldn't. I got a plushie though, that's kind of cool. I think one of the biggest reasons why people are struggling with meta stuff, partially it's because of the narrative that we put on social media and just the cynical nature of every community. Like the internet's just a very cynical place. In a lot of cases it's for good reasons, but I don't know. We don't have a ton of conversations about interesting stuff. Like stuff that would actually help kind of shift the meta and stuff. Some of it top level players just like don't want to talk about the game. Either they're too lazy to build a platform or they like want to keep stuff secret because top player. We don't want to show our strats. Which to a certain point, like I can kind of understand it, but like let's be real, like we're not playing for any money in this game. Like why are we not trying to help everyone get better at the game? Like the whole like some people want to be, you know, sitting on top of a pile of ashes kind of thing. There's a lot of people in this community that are, there's not people specifically, but there's a very stubborn mentality to a lot of stuff that we need to like work on. Because yeah, new stuff comes out. Oh, these weapons are bad, so they're low on the tier list, so they're not meta. And then we just play other stuff. We don't try to build the knowledge to push other weapons. It either requires a dedicated top player that has access to high level scrims, and they just kind of go through it. Because like high level players like understand the game better than most people, so they'll have an easier time like pushing stuff. But as a community, we can learn it faster if we actually talked about it. Anyways, that is neither here nor there. Although at the same time, it is exactly here and there, because we're gonna go and do a review. Oh yeah, Rito showed off a. Oh, Vapor's got that. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay, Vapor got a few of these. Nice. Oh yeah, real quick, I'm gonna edit. I'm gonna change one of the tags. Hold on. I don't know what your favorite. Oh shit. I don't know what your favorite color is, Vapor, but I'm gonna give you green. But if you want to change it, you're more than welcome to. But I just want to give colors for these tags so it's a little bit more. A little easier to see. All right. So, Peether, orange zap. Let's go. Let's go. Zap macro. Love to hear it. All right, let's get into it. Then I'll change the setup, update the text. Still need to resize the chat. I'm trying to. I always keep forgetting to look exactly what it is, but I need to see all the different like chat options. Like ways to display chat on OBS. Because with all the options, I don't love them all. I have a more specific setup in mind that I would like to do. This is X rank. Nice. Nice. Okay. Player info. Oh yeah, this is 89 again. X rank. Just gonna put 2431. Alrighty. Let me catch up real quick. I always enjoy meta talk. I wish there were more. Dime is legit broken frames. Yeah, it's tough. Chase said his frames got fixed. Interesting. Oh, it said it got worse. Oh no. I've been seeing a lot more zaps right now. Yeah, I think Zap is in a good place. I don't think I'll ever play it in I don't think I'll play it in zones because I very much value retake specials in zones. And early on in this game, which tactical has gotten a lot better than it was then. But it's like in spots where you get wiped and you have to like break out. It's so miserable. But in like Rainmaker and Clan Blitz and stuff, it's actually very, very strong. Kill Splash, Crab, and late Tetras. I mean, it depends on like, I don't know. I don't mind. I don't mind Nintendo's philosophy when it comes to the way that they fixed the game so far. Also, wait, isn't this? Oh, this is the wrong screen that I have projected. That's why it's doing that. Let me fix that. But I don't mind their philosophy. Because, like, if stuff gets nerfed, but it's still strong, like, in a way. And obviously, like, the biggest problem is, like, how often they do patches. It's just not fast enough. But sometimes, like, if they nerf or buff a weapon and it doesn't like break the game, or it doesn't, you know, I don't know if it ever makes sense for a weapon to go from like, oh, it's super meta to like, oh, it's never going to get played anymore. It's like they killed it. I don't know if that's ever a good way of approaching it. Because if you nerf or buff things and it like hopefully it like moves the needle and either like it makes other stuff viable or makes it, you know, makes the thing that got nerfed worse in certain spots. But like if its place in the meta doesn't really change with those nerfs, it's like those are like good nerfs, you know? Like, do we need more? Yes, but it like helps get the weapon into a spot that's more viable. Like it gets it closer in line to where it needs to be. But yeah. Other people have said it, but I think the biggest kind of problem right now is that there's just not a lot of good kits. And we'll have to see if it either SAC, what's the SAC map list? I need to check this because this is my own interest. Eeltail TC? I can mess with that. I'm a splash player, so I'm chilling. Zones TC for Inkblot's kind of based. Hagglefish Zones TC is extremely based. Although I don't mind Rainmaker on that map. Manta Rainmaker Clams is expected. Mako Zones and Clamblets is expected. Scorch Rainmaker Clams expected. Museum. I hate the biggest tragedy of the way that, like, the balanced nature where they like they don't give maps more than 2 modes. Like that's usually how most tournaments do it. The biggest travesty of all that is that museum zones never cease play. It's so sad. I love museum zones. But there's not enough Rainmaker and Clamblets maps and stuff. Oh, there isn't. They didn't put any. IPL's really conservative with any sort of change. So it kind of makes sense that they decided not to put any of the new stuff in there. But yeah, Sturgeon TC makes sense. Umami Zones makes sense. Yeah, I mean, overall, this map list is like fine. I think it's a significant upgrade from the Ink TV stuff, and like SOS was also using the Ink TV map list. That map list was trash. Actual garbage. How far are you into reviews? We're just getting to the first one. We have quite a few on our plate today. Oh, you're saying the overall map pool, like you want more than 16 combinations? You just stop putting museum on? What? It's been so conservative, yeah. Yo, what's up, Trig? I don't know if it's like, I don't know if they're low on resources and they just don't want to change too much stuff because they don't want to have to deal with a bunch of complaining, which is totally valid. But yeah, like they still haven't even implemented like pools into SOS and stuff, which is like weird. Like I still use them, but maybe they did change it recently, but at least for like a many weeks after, they've been really slow changing stuff, which, you know, the tournaments themselves have been totally fine, but I'm with you. I'm fine with the smaller map pools, but I don't know. The fall of IPL. Oh no. We're getting into competitive Splatoon politics. I'm not touching that one. But Kraken is the GOAT, I will say. I'm sure Kraken's efforts are very much missed. But that's it. That's as far as I'm going. I don't want to be put on a list anywhere. We're like on, depending on which teams participate, we're on the cusp of being like the top seed in our group for SOS, and I'm not doing anything to jeopardize that. I love IPL. If I can get higher up and get an even better seed by saying nice things about IPL, I will continue to say nice things. Wait, why don't you like Museum? I love Museum. I think Museum and Hagglefish are like the best maps in this game. It's a bowl, I guess, but like most maps can be reduced to that as well. Like most zones maps are bowl in nature. Truthfully, compared, I mean, I like Scorch for every map mode except for TC, and even TC is totally fine. I'm a Scorch lover. I'm also a mincemeat lover. Although I only like zones and Rainmaker on mincemeat. I don't want to play the other ones. Museum, but better. That's spicy. Saying that museum or that mincemeat's better than museum is spicy. But anyway, but yeah, thanks for showing the SAC list. That'll be good to know. But it's definitely, for me at least, my opinions for maybe the 1 or 2 people that care is a huge upgrade from SOS. I hated the SOS map pool. There's a lot of overlap to it. I hated the SOS map pool. I still think it can be better, but All right. So this is Rainmaker. We are the Orange Zappy. Looking at our team comp, we have double jet, which is kind of based. The other team also has double jet, which is equally based. Hammer versus whales, interesting. I think both of them actually have decent use cases here. Oh, don't forget the ping. You're right. You're right. I saw them in here before. Maybe not. But good call. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. So yeah, both comps are pretty solid. They have a nice mix of everything. I think I probably like Orange Zap Special is a little yuck right now, but I haven't experimented with it after patch, so maybe it's better than I actually think. But like it definitely feels stronger because whenever I play against it, it's like a little bit more annoying, but it's still not where I want it to be. But I don't know. I think we have decent range. We have decent speed. Like both teams are pretty fast overall, so we'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, at least we do win the range battle over the splash, which is kind of nice. But yeah, it's gonna be a battle of specials. I feel like, and like looking to play around like our inkjets and getting value out of our inkjets specifically. But, like Hammer is a good X factor and like Rainmaker, especially on this kind of map. Like it's not great, but it can definitely get value. I don't think either team has good options of dealing with the inkjets themselves, so we'll have to see how it goes. All in all. But I think for us specifically, like both teams do a pretty good job of painting, but you know, I think it'll be good for us to paint when we can. I think we probably pick up Rainmaker here. I think these like stalling long enough for us to have inkjets ready is probably worth us getting like picking up the Rainmaker ourselves. And then usually on this map, like when we're pushing, like left side in general is like the stronger push, I guess, for lack of a better term. This is a lot faster, but when you push it, you have to deal with people on this ledge. You got to deal with people over here. You have to deal with, you know, this. You can't go as wide. So generally, if you like have the ability, pushing left is good. That being said, a lot of teams have been, this is like, it's not quite to the same degree, but it's kind of like how the meta for Hagglefish Rainmaker has changed a little bit. Where like on Hagglefish, people would always go like the one right in front because it's very fast and you get the nice jump over after. But slowly over time, people started pushing left more. That hasn't really happened here fully. Like I still think this left side's probably the go-to route, but there are spots you'll watch a lot of times in competitive play, and if the enemy team is already cheating over, like if they're already rotating over before you're, you know, trying to push the Rainmaker this way, if you notice that their entire team is like, you know, they're in a formation to defend this area, then you can adapt and take it over here. And if you catch the enemy team, like if you wipe them or if you catch them in their rotation, you can actually take it up this ramp and still get a decent amount of points. Like this ramp is really annoying, which is the part of the reason why people don't like taking it to the right side when you're continuing the push. But yeah. And also if you just need a checkpoint sometimes it's easier just to very quickly get this kind of checkpoint. But we'll see how it goes in the grand scheme of things. Yo, what's up, Reese? What's good? What's good? We're doing well. I just want chumps to have a larger damage radius. They can chip more consistently. You have to be right up against them to do damage. That's fair. Clams mincemeat. I can't tell if you're trolling or not with the clams mincemeat. I don't hate it as much as others, but I don't enjoy playing it, certainly. I don't meme on it as much as other people. Oh yeah, the last thing we wanted to look at was pop. Actually don't know. I probably have a slight advantage to them because we have like the extra bomb here. And we have our auto bomb. I guess it also depends on gear. I don't think we've gotten to it yet. We're going to be doing quite a few reviews today. But yeah, we're not running object shred and they are, though it is on their splash. So yeah, we probably give up pop either way. Clams mincemeat's fire. It exists. It's okay. I do think it's unique, and I think there's value in stuff being unique in this game, like a certain map mode. That's the general paint that we're going for. Yeah, this is all very good. I like the safety that we're using to approach basically this entire opening. This is really good. Like we push up with our special, we throw bomb forward so we get information and we gain space with this little auto bomb. Pushing forward onto the people that are trying to hide and go for picks. Get a little bit of paint over the sludge, which is nice. You know, we see this person, they're going to be sitting here. So we just kind of like swing a little bit and just pre-fire this area. And we're chilling. And we're able to actually get the pick from that, so. Their splash probably should have taken a different angle, especially when we were pre-firing as early as we were, but good stuff, good stuff. Teammates look like they want to get the first checkpoint on right, which I think is totally valid. Again, the enemy was like already focused on defending left side, so we might be able to get some points after. I think we can jump to our teammates. We're also running the stealth jump, so we especially can. But even without stealth jump, I think we potentially can do that. Nice fall. Yeah, this play isn't too bad. We're doing a lot of really good things, but... Alright, looks like this thing's gonna go on for a while. Alright, I quickly want to go back a little bit real quick. This isn't necessarily a mistake. So I like the jump in here. In this type of spot, we have to make a decision on what it is that we're trying to do. Our two decisions here. And like Rainmaker is over here. And like we're painting this area and like we end up pushing over here. Which all of this isn't too bad. but especially when we have a numbers advantage compared to the enemy team, I would probably, in this type of situation, especially since we don't have a great push now, like if the push was all the way to like if you already had a push to like 7 or something, then like that changes the dynamic of this entire situation. But this early on in the game, and we're in a good position to continue our push, I think it would be good for us to help our team. Like I like us going a little bit wider. This is excellent. Because we're effectively fighting a 3v3 when we're going for this type of play. And we're also a little bit slow. Like if we were going to go for the flank, we wouldn't be as casual with the way that we paint this type of situation. So if this is me in this spot, I would probably I'd probably play this area, get auto bombs either over here, over here, over here. You know, get paint over in this area, make the enemy team really struggle. Because realistically, in order for us to get this push going, we're probably going to need one of our jetpacks, maybe a hammer, but jetpacks, you'll take care of Vapor. GG's, and thank you. And in order for our jetpacks to get value, if we can do everything we can to keep these ledges, or this ledge, like these ledges over here, if we can keep this painted, then like we're chilling. And I'd rather see us do that because this push is very timely. And the more time that we do this, like when we paint this way, no one on their team should be rotating to you. And again, if we're a little bit faster, we can get around and make an impact, but we're just too slow to be able to do that. Yeah. I guess you do have Inkjet looking at you, which I don't think they needed to do, but yeah, it's like once you're in this type of position and like your team is ready to push, like this is definitely threatening. But in my opinion, when we were pushing around this way, I don't think the timing window was there necessarily. And I think if their ballpoint actually focused on this fight instead of worrying about you specifically, you probably don't get that kind of push here. But now you're getting closer, you know, to where your team was and everything. Yeah, I'd be very careful. Yeah, we probably need to give up a little bit more space. Nice shove on the pick. I think in this spot we need to give up a little bit more space than we end up doing. As our teammate goes down, they have double inkjet. I don't think we should be able to afford. I don't think we can afford getting aggressive in this type of spot. It's just a very risky play. Like you almost get a pick, which is kind of interesting, and then you do get a pick with your bomb. But like sitting in this type of spot, super dangerous. I think we need to reposition a little bit more and not try to take this incoming fight, because there's a chance that they get a massive lead here because we end up going down in this type of spot. And because we're like, as a zap, we can stall a lot with our paint and we can stall with our auto bombs. And I just want us to stall till our team is back in force and either we get our own specials or other teammates have an opportunity to make an impact. Because like a ballpoint may be able to deal with the inkjets. You know, another inkjet could potentially deal with the inkjets. Hammer could do some funny things, but With the weapon that we are, I want us to be a little bit more responsible and not as greedy. In other spots, that shark there is totally reasonable and totally fine, but I don't love it there. Not a bad play, but it's scary. There's a lot of risk involved. Nice. Alright, where are we painting? What's the play? Yeah, I would be careful here on trying to fight Inkjet. Also, thank you for the hydrate. So pushing up, getting the initial pick with the Rainmaker shot and with your special is like great. I love this. And then poking at this person's totally fine as well. We might poke at it for a little bit too long, but you know, the longer that they're out of the fight, it's okay to do that. And because we have a numbers advantage, there's a good chance that you're not going to get ran at. So all in all, I think this is like really good. In a spot like this, we need to make a decision on how we want to impact the game. Because our Rainmaker in this spot is likely just going to kind of run forward and take points. And we end up deciding to like trail behind them. And they're continuing to move forward. I'm like, this isn't bad. But this is a potential scenario where going for like this kind of flank could be interesting. Because like when these people come out of spawn, they're either going to push this way or they're just going to push this way. And I think it's a very interesting idea for you to end up like going for this raid flank. Because you'll actually be here a little bit faster than kind of maneuvering this way. But with you going this way and your team kind of slows it down and you're able to get a bunch of paint over here, like again, I think it's totally fine. But that's at least an option that you could go for, is to use this ramp and just, you know, you can probably sit over here and just chill until these people have committed to, you know, wherever it is that they're going to sit, they've made their commitment, and then you can kind of look to push and just be annoying. Because you're just not able to do quite as much in this type of spot, but your paint and stuff does keep your Rainmaker safe. So I think the play's fine. I do think in this spot though, we don't want to go for, I think you've done this a couple of times where you're just jumping in the air as a short range shooter, trying to kill the Inkjet. And unless you're playing my Inkjet that is going to position poorly, most Inkjets aren't going to give you this type of opportunity. Yeah, like they should be hitting you instead of that, but able to stay alive. I do like the paint here. And again, just doing a lot of good painting ahead of time, constantly moving around. Fundamentally, this is really, really good gameplay. Yeah, I love the way they play that. This is like the importance of paint. on these types of spots. Like this person, the enemy is out of positions. Like you notice this person moves over here. They're out of position. And so by getting paint, like shooting paint over this wall and getting paint back here, it prevents them from being able to just like swing this way or swing this way. Like it's a little bit of a slower play. So it gives them more of an option to move backwards, but I think that's totally fine. We're just playing very defensively. We don't have to get that kind of pick. And if that person ends up overstaying and they try to force something, then you have teammates with you to help. So you're playing very disciplined, and based off of our role, you know, playing with the double inkjet and the paintbrush, like we kind of need to be this type of discipline role. So I think you're playing your role just beautifully. Yeah. Before this pop happens, I'm gonna slow down a little bit because we end up staying on the right side for a long time, and I don't know if we could have noticed that they were rotating Rainmaker a little bit faster. Like backing up this far is probably unneeded. I'm okay with you holding this side, and it's important that you hold like this side. It's important that you're holding because otherwise they would just push it this way. And like one of our teammates went down, so you know, we have enough of a lead to where they can get the first checkpoint, and as long as we can control afterwards, like we're still gonna have lead and we're still gonna win the game. So again, I like the discipline here, but I think we back up a little bit too much. I think we can still play around this, still play around this. You know, we have enough paint where we can back out if we need to. But I think we can play this a lot more threatening. We can look to use this ramp. And, you know, retreating is always an option, but I think we move back a little bit too much. If ballpoint had inkjet, for example, which they're probably pretty close to it, you know, we have to be careful. Because if ballpoint's sitting like right here or something, and then we're playing on this type of ramp, then they can like use their ballpoint and explode, and then we end up getting splatted. And we don't want that to happen. But I think we're giving up a little bit too much space. But all in all, I'm glad that you're alive after they get the checkpoints so that we can still fight for lead. I think we're golden. Yeah, okay. So that'll be end of the game. I don't want to have to reset, so I'm gonna stop it before the KO ends up, or not KO, but the end of the game happens. One small decision point that I want to say kudos to is the way that you handled like the Rainmaker shield. I think we could probably be moving left a little bit earlier, but I like that we didn't just pop it, and I like that we're moving forward. And And we're also not in a range where someone can throw a bomb at the Rainmaker and then we get splatted. So this is a really nice play. Your teammates end up popping it, but I like you getting in front of the Rainmaker shield in this kind of situation, because it opens up these types of opportunities. If you're playing behind the Rainmaker, there's a chance that they can like squid roll while they're picking it up, and you know they only need 8 points to take, or 9 points technically, to take lead. So we don't want to give them an opportunity to do that. So getting in front of the objective is a great way to be able to do that. So I like the way that we navigated this end game here, and we were part of the reason why our team has a very clean ending to all of this. So overall, this is really, really good stuff. Good win, Rainmaker. A team of Inner Agent 3. Dark Tetra, E-Leader, Crack and Roller, Clash Blaster versus Last Resort. I don't even... I'm not sure. I definitely think Last Resort has the better comp. Auto special unlock every 10 seconds. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not totally sure, but I would probably put my money on Last Resort if it were me. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that I really liked here. I think the most important thing here is, and I think in their notes they mentioned, let me double check and make sure I'm not paraphrasing. They said, I want some outside input on my zap macro, and I think that that is a good decision point to kind of talk through. All right, so with our macro, I don't think it was bad. Hackinator, probably not. I would imagine not. I think our decisions were either, like in certain spots, our decisions were great. I don't think our decisions were ever bad, but I think they were suboptimal in a couple of spots. So what's the most I can help? While I'm not gonna say staying safe, because I think it's just while playing role. Because sometimes our role isn't gonna be as defensive as it is here. And the couple of spots that I really think about in this scenario, one at the very end there when they end up taking Rainmaker to the right, I like our initial positioning here. I like that we're like painting these areas and stuff. But at a certain point, we like turn our back and like push back like all the way over here. And I think that that was a little premature to do. I don't think that we necessarily needed to give up all of this space for free. But, you know, once you notice that they end up getting the checkpoint, you immediately get into a position to rotate and you're chilling. So that's one decision point in terms of your macro that I don't agree with. I think this is a bit of a mistake. The other one that I don't think is as much of a mistake, but I just want to make sure that you're considering all options, is you gotta pick on someone. So you're over here and you come around, you get a pick on one, and then there's a ballpoint over here, and you just keep painting and back them up. Once that play happens, you're sitting here, Rainmaker is moving this way, and like you already have the first check, so you don't have to worry about the check. But they're moving to the left, and we're assuming that our brush is probably going to jump to them, which they end up doing. And so we have to make a decision where, you know, we're trailing behind the Rainmaker, and is it worth us to be trailing behind what the Rainmaker's doing in the spot instead of finding other ways to have an impact? Which, you know, we could sit here and still have an impact, but if we're really fast with our moving, we can look for like a really nicely timed flank behind them while the rest of the enemy team is panicked that the Rainmaker is being pushed. I think the other thing to think about in those types of situations is like your team has the lead in that spot. Like if your team needed to get to like 30 in this type of occasion and you wanted to put more, you know, all 3 people and it ended up being 4 on the left side because there's a very specific point that you need to hit, then that makes more sense on this type of play, but your team already had lead and it was still relatively early in the game. And I think there's more interesting ways that for us to potentially look for that play. The other macro decision that I think is a tiny bit of a mistake, but it's okay, is when Rainmaker's over here, you have three teammates over here, and then you're here, and you make the decision to like paint this area while rotating around, and like you get this nice flank at the end of it all, but it was very slow. So I think you were trying to do too much. I don't think you want to get full coverage paint while also going on a flank in this type of spot. I either want to see you holding mid with the rest of your team, or if you want to go for a greedy play, you have to kind of just like book it, be as optimal as possible with your pathing to get onto them. Because time is kind of the essence here, and your teammates end up making, like, they play the game and you don't have any sort of say in it all. And that was a spot very early in the game when your team had a decent opportunity to get some points there. And if you play that a little bit better, obviously you're not going to KO in that kind of spot, but you ended up only getting it to like 52. And if your team pushes it to like, you know, like 40, 35, under 30, like that final play, when they get the Rainmaker, like they get the checkpoint, this play is a lot less scary because you have more room to work with. You have a bigger lead to work with. So those little things do matter. The other thing, which is pretty minor, but we're going to get in trouble a lot more than we did this game, is don't fall for, I'm just going to say bait plays. There were certain fights that you played really well. So for the most part, I don't think this necessarily applies, but Inkjets especially, you were willing to risk your life at a low probability chance of doing something against Inkjets that are already in the air against your 89, which is like a relatively short range shooter. So if we want to min-max a little bit, we need to either reposition altogether or just play those a little bit more intelligently, a little bit more disciplined. Because the rest of the game, you played super disciplined. But I think you had a couple of spots where you just like were focused in too hard on the Inkjet, and it didn't cost you. I think you got splatted once, but like, for the most part, it didn't really cost you, but it could be scary later on. Otherwise, I think, you know, for the most part, I really enjoyed your paint. I enjoyed the timings that you had when you were pushing and being more aggressive, and overall, this is really good gameplay. Really, really good stuff. I'd potentially look to play Gray Zap instead of 89, but you know, if you said you were wanting to one trick 89, so if you really like Orange Zap, then by all means. I think all in all, this was very, very good gameplay. Fate numbers are great. Very low deaths. I think both deaths were inkjet related. Or at least one of them was, maybe not both. But there was a couple, you should have had probably a few more deaths because of the way that you were playing inkjet. But good special output. I think you got pretty decent value with most, if not all, of your specials. So yeah, I'd be very happy with this gameplay. But like you were pointing out, there's a couple of macro decisions that could cost us in the grand scheme of things. And in a map mode like Rainmaker, we have to be very fast when we commit stuff. In a lot of cases, like the timing windows and when it comes to scoring points for Rainmaker is way faster than anything else. It's a very volatile game, so we need to not get caught playing too slow, or else we'll miss out on opportunities, or we'll throw opportunities. I don't think we really threw any opportunities, but I think we definitely missed out both on offense and defense. We missed out on some min-max opportunities. But again, really good stuff. Love the gameplay. Appreciate the review, or the code, and hopefully the review helps. Okay. So I think next, I think there was another review from a2susie. I think they were playing Tent last time, but playing some of the new season stuff. And now playing SBlaster here. The most SBlaster I've seen in this game so far is what ProChar has done, so some of it I'll be basing off of his gameplay from the tournament over the weekend. I think blasters are in a very interesting spot, especially since Machine got pretty hard nerfed. Akinator's asking if I personally know you. I'm gonna say no sense. We've never met off of Twitch. Yeah, that makes sense. But I can't imagine myself being on Akinator. Maybe one day. Let me eat this straw. Almost dropped strawberry. I'm just gonna put 92, but 92 is SBlaster. And this is S rank. I think I did open, and then I do S rank. Alrighty, oops. Clicked the wrong thing. Alright, so also my chopstick skills are very low. Very, very low. Alright, so we're playing double SBlaster here. We have a Zap TC Mako. Blasters do a really good job on ledges on this map. Like around these stacks, they do well. And they're definitely around these ledges where the checkpoints are. So we should definitely be able to get a lot of value. And we have a lot of flexibility with our weapon of choice. Susie specifically mentioned the what's it called? Taking, like, they want to know about taking advantage of the 2 firing modes. They run a pure of QR plus a main and 2 subs of IA. Interesting, and stealth jump. So I don't think we have the opportunity to be very aggressive with this build. And when we look at the enemy comp, there's going to be a little bit of a pain here out in the open with Charger. But there's also a lot of spots where we can really punish Chargers. But we have to be careful, especially early on, that we're not in a range to get punished by that. Tri-slash is really annoying on this map because of all of the different ledges that exist at all spots. I'm on Akinator. Uh-oh. Oh, picture. That's hilarious. Thank you for checking that. Much appreciated. The Tri-slash is going to be a pain. Paintbrush is probably also going to be a bit of a pain. But I haven't really seen this on Mako specifically, so I'll have to get some insight here. But neither team has a great, does a great job of painting. I think I actually don't know which comp has more paint. I think I feel a little bit more comfortable in our comp, but yeah. The biggest thing is that we want to be playing around cover, and when we have opportunities to push ledges, we really want to be able to do that. So when tower gets to like first checkpoint, and especially when it's like crossing this way, in this spot specifically, these are like the opportunities for us to be hugging these walls and just poking at people. Probably the short blaster range, but we can poke at people and get a lot of damage. As well as holding this side, we can also like use freezer, and sometimes we can get an angle like down here, which we're a little bit out in the open, so we have to find an opportunity. We don't want to just sit. We don't want to sit in this area, but there's definitely a lot of really good angles that we can get from being over here. And then, you know, this area, which I think people call it TP or like toilet paper. I think there's like toilet paper rolls or something on this little stack. But this is another spot that as the tower keeps moving past, when it starts getting into this second checkpoint and beyond, that's where we can also get value, like dealing with this. But, you know, when our team has an advantage, if we find opportunities to slow down just a little bit, we can often find a lot of picks, just by catching the enemy team off guard. I just want to make sure I had the right blast. So I like the use of the sprinkler when we end up moving back in that spot. I think it's generally okay. This is good. Like, this is really good spacing and short fire range. It's really, really good. Yeah, when we're approaching a play like this, like we saw that the person was over there. I think either we want to slow down here, because like we see them moving up, and we can predict what their overall plan is going to be. You know, they might run toward mid, or they might start running toward us, but they're going to be running up this little ramp here. And in the position we're at, we can slow down a little bit. And then just as they get closer, we use our short range stuff. Oh, welcome in, Susie. Welcome in, welcome in. Didn't notice the brushing time. Gotcha, gotcha. But yeah, short range here makes a lot of sense, but we definitely could have one-shot them, or at least had a better attempt at doing so. But overall, I think we we played the opening pretty well. Need to work on substrafe. Yeah, it takes time. It can be hard to when you're playing in 96 questions. Doesn't that stuff learn? Maybe it'll only be 95 for the next person. Yeah, sometimes when like in an actual match where there's a lot of enemy ink in between all of it, substrafing can be tough, but definitely something that you want to keep working on. So I like that you disengage off the tower here, but I don't think we want to necessarily just be sitting on tower. Like in this kind of spot, charger's down, tri-slash is down. Like these two weapons are still really annoying, the wiper and the paintbrush. But I want to see us taking like a little bit more space and just looking for an opportunity to do something somewhere. But yeah, once that curling bomb comes through, I'm probably gonna get off the tower and look to reposition somewhere. And like where you want to reposition it, it's gonna depend on the circumstance. You know, you can use this paint and look for a play around mid, or you can look for a play around your stack. You could potentially kind of go off and look for plays on this right stack. Like there's definitely some interesting spots that you can look to play, but there's some potential danger. And at this point, we don't know where everyone's at, so it's just a little bit scary to be sitting on tower in this type of scenario, but yeah, I like that you back out and let your teammates kind of deal with it all. That's really smart decision making. But now's where we want to start moving forward. Good trade, good trade. We'll take those. So one concept that I kind of want to introduce in spots like this, I don't think introduce is the right word, I'm sure you think about it, but how, like this is how we break open the game. Like this, the play that you had here is great. Like backing up, letting your teammates do stuff. Wonderful. In this spot, enemy team is 3 down. They just have this one left over. Technically, we don't know where they're at, so we have to be a little bit careful, you know? Like they could potentially be back here. They could very well be, you know, they're probably somewhere up here. So like we have to be a little bit careful about where the charger is, but they're the last person and we want to start getting into position of like what we're trying to do next. Because in this type of spot, Susie, do you like, what's going on in your head? We get 3 down. It's a 3v1, just a charger left. What's your goal? Where's your thought? What's your, what are we looking to do next? And now we can see the charger over here. But I'm gonna go get some water real quick. So I'm using this smaller mug, so it end up running out of water quite often. But this is a really important exercise because this is what when we talk about speed, when we talk about pace, when we talk about playing the game very fast, and like the difference between low level players versus mid level players versus high level players versus the best players in the world, it is these types of situations where you have this small window and a lot of space, and we want to make the most out of this window. This is a timing window for the rest of their team to get back. And I think we can do a little bit more in this spot than sitting up here. But I'm gonna get some water. I think you might have put some input. But yeah, we'll go over this because this is a really, really important concept. This is really, really important. Anyways, I'll be right back in like probably 30 seconds. Alrighty, sorry about the wait. $61 questions. Thinking about trying to deal with the charger. I'm not as good at with this blaster as V-Blaster. With V-Blaster, I think I can apply pressure like that a little bit better. So when you, with the play that you make, yo, what's up, Legendary Strider? Curious and curiouser. Oh, welcome in, welcome in. So when you're up here, the charger knows where you're at, and they're gonna outrange you when you're sitting out in the open. So in order for you to be able to pressure the charger in this type of spot, you're gonna have to either drop, you have to either drop and go this way, or, you know, I mean, dropping left is still gonna put you out in the open, or you like drop back from where you initially climbed. But this isn't a great spot in order to get pressure here. So I'll talk through what like the standard, like obvious, this is like the general like vanilla type of path. And then I can talk through some alternatives. But when the team is almost effectively wiped, they just have this charger here. Instead of climbing the stack when you were right here, what blasters and stuff that can deal with ledges on this map mode when your team's trying to get first checkpoint, what the best play for you to do instead of taking right stack is that you find your way, and you know, you can path differently depending on how dangerous the situation is. But you want to path yourself here. You want to get underneath this ledge over here. Because tower is going to continue to approach this area. And then while you're waiting on checkpoint, the enemy team is going to be flooding these types of spots. They're going to be over here. They're going to be throwing bombs. They're going to be, you know, throwing stuff. Charger's going to have an angle at the tower. They're going to look for opportunities. And so if you're sitting underneath this ledge, this is a really good opportunity to get your short range part of your weapon, and you just get a ton of damage and probably a lot of picks. You know, and even when you're playing this here, it's going to depend, because if Charger's sitting up here, you can get a really good angle over here, which it puts you out in the open, but it, you know, with Blaster you can get one shot and move. But you know, the rest of their team is just going to be sitting all in these types of spots, and you can punish them like that. In certain spots, they may not climb up here because this is dangerous, but they might be sitting in like, they might be sitting on this wall right here, and then you can actually drop into freezer and get an angle on them and get that pick. And if you get into, you know, if Charger decides to stay here for whatever reason, and you're over here, at some point you can look to peek out and get shots and pressure them that way. But yeah, this is like kind of the high level, like good play to make. In this type of example, when your team also already has another blaster, if you assume that your other blaster is going to be over here, you can look for like a sneakier play, and you can play around this right side, but we don't want to play around the right side by like sitting up here. We want to play around the right side by probably like throwing a sprinkler somewhere so you have some paint to work with. And you either want to sit like, you know, somewhere around this area. You can sit behind this box, you know, this cover right here. You can inch your way forward this way. You can even potentially look to flank up here. But if the enemy team is fully contesting the first checkpoint, then they're going to be positioned over here and you can't get a whole lot done on this right stack, which is why sitting here, you know, and sitting here also means like, you know, being over there, the ability to rotate into freezer, backing up if you need to, but just generally holding this type of area. But in certain spots, you know, like if the enemy team doesn't have any tools to deal with this first checkpoint, sometimes they'll automatically start setting up for this next checkpoint by looking to take this right stack. And if you wanted to play like, you know, because this is like very vanilla, it's vanilla because it's very good. Like it's never like, it's probably always good for you to like sit over here. But in this type of spot where you have something else that can deal with the ledge as well, and we can assume that they're going to probably look to take that same spot, you can kind of hover around and look for a sneaky, ratty play over on the right stack. But the reason why you would go for this play is because you're assuming that the enemy team is giving you all the first checkpoint, and they're trying to position over here to have an easier time once tower starts going into the freezer and stuff, and tower starts getting into this type of spot. So I just want to talk through that scenario, just because, you know, it's not like, oh, do this or do this kind of thing. I just want to talk through why you would want to do one versus wanting to do the other one. Because this is a very cute play, like holding the right stack. But I think sitting out in the open and giving away your position and potentially getting sniped by the charger is probably not the right way to go about it. But you can still play around the right side if you wanted to go for like a big brain play. But the always good play is sitting over here. Short range is like V-Blast range with class radius. Yeah. I was thinking about taking the stack so I could later on poke their plat. Gotcha. The only thing about, yeah, it's like the one thing about this is that there's a chance when you're sitting over here, your team loses the fight. Because if they send 4 people over here, and like as a blaster, you can't really affect stuff on this right stack all that well, and your team only has 3 over here, like there's a chance they lose this fight, and then you're just like, you're gambling here, and you're not affecting the fight all that much. Obviously, you can like drop off at a certain point, or like, you know, there's decisions you can make from this right stack, but yeah. Didn't want to overcommit since backing up on this map can be a bit of a pain. That's fair, but like your team has like a 3v1. So like if this isn't a time to start overcommitting and moving resources forward, I don't know what is. Because moving here is not overcommitting. This is setting up for where the tower is going to end up being and where you need to be. This is normal position. Overcommitting would be like pushing over here and like looking for this really risky but very high reward flank, where like if you're able to make it all the way up here without the enemy seeing you, then like you might be able to get like a free quad because no one's watching you. It's like very risky, but like this would be overcommitting, like pushing all the way over here and stuff. Even holding right stack is a little bit, I don't think overcommitting is the right word because you're like pretty far away from the rest of the team, but you're like setting up for like a future play, and you're already banking on the fact that you're going to get this first checkpoint, which isn't certain at this point. Yeah. Nice shot. I probably wouldn't go for the reef slider here just because your teammate already used it and they're going to make a bunch of pain for you with their explosion. So instead of reef slidering there, I probably would have just like continued to move forward and look for that type of play. Because the end lag and like the delay that happens after you use your reef slider puts you in a very vulnerable state. So if you're running in with the reef slider onto the enemy team, it's potentially like super dangerous. But yeah. I like that you didn't commit to the left side, because even though the charger wasn't watching you, they could have definitely hit the shot before you get behind cover again. So I like you not committing to that type of play. Oops. I don't know if we need the reef slider here, but yeah, one thing that I did want to mention in this little spot here. So a few seconds before this, when you start poking at this tower, it's like right here, you start poking on this tower, and the enemy team, you know, one of them is like moved back and retreated. And then the other ones are looking at your reef slider over here. But in this type of spot, when you see that there isn't a lot of like enemy paint, I like you getting the short range shot that you do like right here, or the short range shot you did before was good. But we probably can be a little bit faster like moving forward. You being on the tower isn't bad, but there's so much paint for you to work with right now. Like you could go for this type of play. You know, you could get under this ledge. There's so many opportunities for you to get into position. And as a blaster, it can be hard to find the right opportunity to go in. But in this spot, you have like a ton of room to maneuver. So I would probably use this type of opportunity to be the aggressor. You're the slayer. And let something like, you know, Zap is okay at it. Stringers, you know, both of these are totally fine, Stringer and Zap. But I'd rather you just, you know, I like that you moved up to the tower, you used blaster shots to make sure the tower was clear. All this is fantastic, but I don't like you getting on top of the tower. I'd rather you like move past it in one of many directions and look for like a bigger opportunity and a bigger play. Because this is a luxury of having all of this paint to work with on your team. So you want to make the most of it. Stringer could have taken tower. Yeah, for sure, for sure. But I like that you're willing to get off the tower to like clean up a pick in this type of scenario. So this is good. Yeah. And see, what your blaster is doing here is what we could be doing. Which, like, we don't want to be sitting in the same exact position that they are, but this is just a good example of like the value that you can get by moving forward. I think I have to back it up a little bit. But they're just like poking at these ledges and they have enough paint to keep moving. They're chilling. Like you can see like their charger's moving forward because I think they're pretty panicked. But yeah, you know, your blaster is sitting in this area waiting for people to drop and then getting free picks. So all this is super good. But instead of you pushing back here, again, you have a ton of paint. I would rather you look to start moving forward. And because you got checkpoint and tower starting to move this way, this is where you would probably, like, you can totally sit in this type of area, like underneath this ledge. And if people drop out this way or people start dropping out this way, like you have these very easy one shots. Love to be a stringer on tower moving through it. Real. Yeah, stringer is pretty flexible in the way that it wants to do things. So this is just where, you know, we have this window, we got this initial pick, we end up getting a pick on the wiper as well. But even outside of that, we get this pick on the tri-slosh and we have a ton of paint. So I want us to like use this paint as much as we can. We don't have to like immediately run here as fast as we can. You know, if we want to like slow it down a little bit, we can, if there's any potential threats. But we want to get to, you know, this kind of position or this kind of position. You know, we can be back here if we need to. But kind of understand what spots we want to get into and try to be fast moving into them. But again, I love the way that you're playing objective. I just don't want you to be playing objective, you know? is like you're backing off of tower and giving up space when they're threatening it, and then you're staying very safe and you're helping out the team. So if you were playing a tower rider weapon, and in certain spots as a blaster you'll need to do it, but on average you're gonna want to just move forward and make it easy for the people that need to get on tower. Gotta show a V-Blaster replay, much cleaner. I mean, this is still very, very good. Like your blaster play here is really good. Did you shoot your teammate in the back? That was unfortunate. But no, the play is good. Like you're creating all these opportunities, but if you were moving a little bit faster to get into those aggressive spots to get value out of the picks you get initially, then this game would be a lot smoother, and we'd probably have a push. We'd at least get the tower to the next checkpoint, if not, you know, take that checkpoint in full. I love the decision here. Yo, welcome in, Sanic. Hello, hello, hello. Oof. Yeah, this whole play is really, really good. I'd be a little bit concerned that we're sitting out in the open. I also like that you deviate and start moving toward mid instead of just dropping on the tower and just circling the tower. Like, I think you understand that your teammates, you know, get the pick, they probably have tower under control. And then so you're like trying to like, you're looking for the next opportunity moving forward, which is we take mid, we take this side over here, and then we're chilling. So I like that we're thinking and along those lines. Yeah. Cause yeah, like poking out for this type of shot here is like a little bit dangerous. If they're like their charger ends up getting the bomb, but they totally could have gotten like a snipe on you in that type of spot. Like before you were behind the tower, but the tower started moving this way, so you were just sitting out in the open, which is just a little bit dangerous. But the overall the play is still very, very good. Yeah, I think we panicked a little bit here to stop the tower. We had to make sure, especially against like, because they have the paintbrush and they have a wiper and they have a tri-slosh. All of these things can punish you. Even the charger, you know, like just rushing up to a ledge and just sitting there is very dangerous. So like, I know that we want to preserve our lead, but the lead right now isn't all that great. So it's okay to slow it down and just make sure that we're safe. Because wiping here is definitely very dangerous. Welcome in, Ison. I have no idea what that comment is. So I'm going to not have conversations about NSFW. Paintbrush is a pain to deal with. Try to take an off angle. Yeah, your player on the left stack was great. But I think you overstayed your welcome a little bit, and then Charger was able to punish you. But the overall idea there is really good. Yeah, sometimes it can be tough. Nice. Ooh. So close to the direct there. Yeah, this whole play is really nice. Oh, the paintbrush insta tapped. So the one thing I would say for this raid stack, again, I think the way that you played it is totally fine. But especially when you're running like the QR build, or like running a decent amount of QR. Like backing up here is great, getting the shots great. Be a little bit careful about this roll forward, but it's fine. But if you want to keep, it's like once this person starts backing out, you can potentially look to take like a more aggressive play. Like I don't mind the aggression here, but I'd rather us be a little bit more committal, if that makes sense. Because we have really decent opportunities here. There's also an opportunity for us to use this right side as well. It's like, this is good, but there's certain scenarios I don't, there's so much happening here. I don't love us moving forward, but there are opportunities for us to, you know, drop out this right side and like look for an opportunity to punish this person behind the wall. Like we're playing a little, like, I like the judgment that you have and I like that you're being very careful. But some of this goes against kind of what we would want to be doing with QR. Not that we need to be going in and feeding all the time, but somewhere in between. Like in this type of spot, I'd probably just take the fight. Excuse me. Like don't run at them like this, but like look to use cover and either go above cover, go around cover, look for little opportunities to poke at them. I think we're defaulting and being a little bit too passive and we're giving them a little bit too much space. But I appreciate you playing very cautious and very careful. And this play is very cute. We'll take it, especially since we have a lead and there's a decent opportunity for a spot there. I'm totally fine with it. One thing I do want to mention, if you don't know, which you may, like I know that your reef slider here was very deliberate, but for people that don't know, you can reef slider into this pole and it'll keep you on top of here. There's certain scenarios, we don't do it often, like I wouldn't use it all the time, but there's certain spots where, and like right now we have a lead, but let's say that we were really close to taking the lead back from the enemy team. You can actually use your reef slider, have it hit this wall, and you're staying on top of the tower for the entire duration and explosion of the reef slider. And during that time, you're invincible. So there's like, you can use that tech to squeeze out a few extra seconds, like guaranteed basically. Which I like your play better in this type of spot, but I just wanted to mention it if people didn't already know that. Yeah, short range here is super sick. No. Oh. Yeah. One thing I would mention here, which looked like you were trying to jump, but taking the longer range shots here. Yeah, okay, massive fire mode, gotcha. Because yeah, in order for the tri-slash to be able to get in range of you, they have to move forward. So in a spot where like we don't have to get this pick, if we keep firing in front, we may not hit them where they're positioned now, but it guarantees if they try to get in range to actually hit us, then they're gonna get hit by our blaster shot. So yeah, I'm glad that you caught that, because I definitely think that you probably, there's a case to be made to just hold your space and then just, you know, keep going for the long range shots, but it's a little bit safer and more consistent to just do the short range fire and just try to keep your spacing. Super Scope's the only blaster I've touched. I really love it. Yeah, it's a really cool weapon. I love the flexibility with it. I'm a big fan of flexibility. But yeah, the tech. I haven't played any matches with this blaster, but sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get used to the two firing modes and getting comfortable, you know, jumping with the long range and making all that stuff work. Yeah, that was a good game. Truthfully, there's not a ton that I would really pick out here. Kind of the main things that I saw here. First thing is we want to be I'm just gonna say speed up. Yo, thank you for the follow, Susie. Thank you so much. Speed up with advantage. So when you have like a numbers advantage, like when you're in a 3v1, definitely feel free to just like book it into these spots. And for each of the maps, so for map, think. So you want to think about the comfort spots for your weapon. What spots do you feel most comfortable that you'll be very powerful, get a ton of value? One of your lesser touch modes? Yeah, absolutely. If you use the Discord link in here, wait, the mic isn't working. Hopefully, it looks like it's showing up on my end, but it might have been on the other side somewhere. Yeah, it might be. I definitely mute my mic all the time, but it looks like everything's working right now. You're good, you're good. No worries. But yeah, on these spots, you know, for every map, you want to know like the important spots, and it's going to change depending on your weapon. So again, at first checkpoint, so when tower's at first checkpoint, we want to be somewhere over here. Second checkpoint, you know, when tower's approaching the second checkpoint, we want to be hovering around this area. We can also look for opportunities to extend past. And then for third checkpoint here and beyond, ideally we want to be like on TP, or we want to be, you know, under this sledge. We could be under this sledge over here. It really just depends on, you know, this is where you kind of want to mix it up. But just in general, just trying to think about like the good spots for you to sit in and where you can be annoying. Same goes for V-Blast. Yeah, no, for sure, 100%. Yeah, and there's like, there'll be little bits of nuance, which you might be able to do this with V-Blaster as well. I'm not actually sure. Like if Charger's sitting like up here, for example, like up on this area, I know with the SBlaster, you can move into this range and one-shot them with your long range, like all the way when they're up here. Which I think V-Blaster should be able to do it if they like sit in this corner. But there's probably a spot here that you can hit with V-Blast, or that you can hit with the 92, the Super Scope, that you might not be able to one-shot with V-Blaster. So like there might be little extra, like because you have extra range, there's probably scenarios that you can actually do more neat stuff. But yeah, for the most part, you know, V-Blaster and this blaster play very similarly. Yeah, the bombs, bombs are also another tool. For sure. I like the way they use Sprinkler in this game. I think for the most part, it was very solid. So yeah, speed up, I think, is the biggest thing here. I had another one and I don't remember. I don't remember if this was related or not, but slaying is more important than objective for like the weapon that you're playing. And again, solo queue might throw you in a game where you're playing with like, you know, a ton of blasters and a carbon and stuff. And like it might make sense for you to be on tower, but I would rather you take space in a lot of these spots versus being on objective. And then last thing, very small, but there was a couple of times where you were overstaying your welcome sitting in open spaces, which left you potentially susceptible. I don't think you got chargered this game, like hit by a charger shot, but there's definitely spots where you could have gotten hit by a charger shot. But you were hit by bombs, you were cleaned up by other people. Like you were very careful this game in a very positive way, but there was a couple of times where you were just sitting out in the open and just like hitting 1 or 2 extra shots that probably you could avoid, just to not put yourself in a scary situation. That was really good. I think if you push the speed a little bit and push the aggression just a tiny bit in certain spots, especially when you have a lead, then definitely go for it. Otherwise, you know, that was a really, really good game. You gotta go. Gotcha. Well, thank you for participating, submitting the code, and yeah, look forward to seeing some more of your gameplay in the future. Yeah, take care, and best of luck with the rest of your week. Alright, so next we have Kiri. Oh yeah, we want to look at stats real quick. Yeah, 15 and 8 is again, very good game from your, honestly from both of your blasters. They did a really good job kind of covering those ledges, and you know, you can see the value. V-Blast replay next. Alright, heard, let's go. Let's see it. Okay. So we're gonna hop on to the next one. This is Kiri's replay. It's like Umami clams with the wiper Deco. So I'm gonna be very picky about our missile usage here. I'm also interested to see how they balance aggression with that weapon versus being a more support type playstyle. Because instead of a torpedo and a hammer, which is very aggressive previously, now we're using beacons and missiles, which you probably want to slow down in a lot of spots. Rank of replay, just put the rank. Yeah, just for the match. I just want to get a general idea. Usually I can gauge people's, like the general rank of the lobby just by watching. But sometimes it can be a nice just check. And it's just interesting because sometimes I'll see like A, B rank games where it's like actually like really good decision making happening. It can be impressive sometimes. But shit. I need to update this. I believe this is open in S+, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, perfect. I said my current rank. Oh, also Vibes. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. bringing the good vibes into the stream. Very much appreciate it. Very much living up to your name. Current rank is fine. I do want to eventually reach 2,500, averaging around 2K last season. I have trouble knowing when to play aggressive support when playing the Wiper Deco. Also, anything in regards to decision making, when to push clams would be helpful. Heard, let's get it. But yeah, one of the questions they have is one of the questions that I have for them is you know, balancing the Slayer versus the support style. Yo, what's up, wieners? Hello. Wait, do you play a lot of like fighting games? I think I saw you doing some Street Fighter 6 stuff. Has that been enjoyable? That game looks really interesting. I played 4 and I played 5. I'll probably end up getting it at some point, but I don't have time to learn a new game currently. But it looks really fun, and it looks very funny with the character creator and some of the open world stuff. But hopefully you're doing well. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. It's been fun. Nice. Alright. So, when we look at the comps, so I'm going to go over comps and then I'm going to go over clams and just general expectation for everything. So in this spot, we are obviously, you know, missiles are going to be very important with our game plan. Wave Breaker is actually really solid when we get it. This one's the bubble, right? This is H3. Yeah. Okay. So H3 has bubble, and so we have 2 bubbles. So we actually have a lot of really good pressure tools. And once we get our picks, we have a lot of sustain. Like Wave Breaker and especially bubbles, you can hold your place very, very well. So like when we're pushing into the enemy team, if we get picks and we move up into this spot and use the bubble in front of the basket, we can usually get some pretty big pushes. We have a lot of survivability on our team, but in certain spots, it's going to be up to us and the paintbrush to really find openings into the enemy team. But, you know, I think our comp makes a lot of sense for Clamblitz specifically, and feels pretty strong. A little bit redundant, and our slaying power isn't quite as much as I'd like, but it's totally fine. And a lot of that is also comparative to what we're seeing on the other team. So we see a Tetra. Wipers kind of eat up Tetras, so it shouldn't be a problem at all. You submitted a review. Let's go. Let me see. Yep, perfect. Thank you so much. I have a little bit of a backlog that we're trying to chew through, but yeah, we will definitely get to it. Probably won't get to it today. Might not even get to it tomorrow, but we'll definitely get to it this week, and I'm hoping by like Friday or Saturday we should definitely be able to get to it. But I always ping people when we're doing it, so if you want to see it live, I'll ping you in the Discord. And all of the reviews, I upload all of my Twitch streams to YouTube, so there'll be like a permanent link for you to always be able to reference, because I know like Twitch VODs expire after 60 days or so, and YouTube you can just kind of throw stuff on there, so I've just been using YouTube to throw stuff on there. So all of that information I'll have the link available for you, and you know, that way if you ever want to refer back to it, it'll always be there. So anyways, yeah, Tetras, very annoying, but oh, and thank you for the follow, Sonic. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Wiper does a really good job as long as we space ourselves properly. So we should be chilling in that respect. I think we slightly outrange the paintbrush, but we don't want to get too close. We should be able to eat up Zap pretty easily, you know, if we find ourselves in that kind of fight. And CDS is gonna be annoying. They're gonna definitely outrange us and kind of outmobile us, but we're still very mobile. it's not really a bad matchup because they don't do a ton of damage, but we can't just like keep running at them. I don't want us to get into a spot if we're like taking a fight with them and they start running back. I don't want us to just like run at them. You know, if they run back, live to fight another day, and you know, we have a lot of good matchups across the board. So I think if we choose the right fights, there's a lot of times where we can be more aggressive, but it's still important for us to play that support role. Make sure that we're getting missiles out, making sure that we're getting kind of everything. Do everything we can so that the rest of our team can get into the positions that they want to get into. Because in order for us to get a bubble down, we need to like be able to create space to get the bubble down and stuff. So we don't want to ignore our missile duties at all, but there's definitely spots where we can kind of push as long as our mobility and general awareness is pretty good. There's a lot of fights that we can push based off of the enemy comp. So I like our comp. Both teams have some beacons, so it'll be interesting. They have double chump, which in certain spots on this map can be a little bit scary, but yeah, I think for the most part, I like our comp a little bit more. We just have a little bit more paint and we have a lot of defensive tools. So as long as we don't like feed into them, like they're going to try to be the fast comp and we want to play with control. There'll be plenty of times for us to speed up the game, but as long as we can hold paint, take it slow, get our specials, we should be in a pretty decent spot. Enemy team has a lot of mobility, so we could get steamrolled if we take bad fights and then we never kind of recuperate or recover. So, yeah. Yeah, neither team has a ton of bombs, but we do have, like, both teams have like a bomb basically. So I guess curling bomb is, I always forget curling bomb exists, but yeah, there's not a ton of bomb pressure. Yo, it's RC. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the follow, appreciate the support. Y'all are so incredibly wonderful. Hope y'all are doing well. But we'll get into it. Nice. That was good. I want us to move forward though. Beautiful. Yeah, we love the aggression. Let's go. Yes, we bully the Tetras. This is fantastic. Oh, that's tough. This whole play, we're playing super aggressive here. I love all of this. This is beautiful. The one thing that I did want to mention, which you display excellently throughout this whole opening, unfortunately you went down to the oops, go back a little more. Unfortunately you go down to the CDS there, but I was talking before that we confidently win fights against 3 of the 4 weapons. And you notice there that we won those fights and we ended up losing this kind of fight. But when I say that, like whenever I talk about like ranges and stuff, or if I talk about like, oh, this weapon beats this other weapon, that doesn't mean always. There's like a time and a place for it all. And we outrange and have more mobility than these two. Tetras has more mobility, but we have really good mobility to keep our space as well. And we outrange them slightly, which we'll actually see early on in this fight. But in order for us to win these fights, we have to, and this is important for every weapon, but it's important to take fights that are good for your weapon. And for example, something like Tetras might want to sit like top mid, for example, and they'll like want to drop. Like Tetras loves like dropping and catching people off guard and then immediately like kind of moving forward. So part of us as a wiper is that we have a very nice fire rate. We don't do like amazing damage, but we do solid damage, like just with our horizontal flicks. But we want to fight in open spaces. And Umami as a map, there's a lot of open spaces for us to fight around. And we see it in this clip, but like this whole area is open space. There's a lot of open areas here, over here, which is where one of the fights take place. To a certain degree, top mid, even over here. Like there's a lot of open lanes that we can play around. And if we're fighting in open against any one of these weapons, like we should be chilling. And we demonstrate this very well with this opening. That's why I love this opening so much. Like I was a little bit scared when we initially rounded this corner. I was a little bit scared because we didn't have full information. But like we back up and then we just kind of chill in this open spot. And we're just feeling good. I love the patience here. We're building special and we're holding the position that we're not going to lose. Like we're chilling here. So this is awesome. You know, the enemy here is making a mistake because they have less range and they're like trying to take this open fight with us. So we're trying to play at our max range. You know, it takes us a little bit longer to get the splat, but like we're never in any danger here. It's okay to take longer to get splats as long as there's no danger. And then our team has 2 picks. We put ourselves in a position to where we can't get punished for using missiles. And then, you know, we see them moving back, so we start moving forward. And I just like the element of surprise to get the one shot here. Because they're having to fight with other stuff. The one thing here, because we know that this is the CDS, I don't want us to slow down and take this kind of fight. If we're gonna take a fight with a CDS, which I think we can here, we need to be faster. Like we just saw this methodical fight with the Zap, where we're just like slowly backing up a little bit. That's how that fight should happen in our favor as the wiper. But if it's wiper versus oh wait, it was Tetras here. Oh. Well, I guess extra unfortunate. Wait, do CDS end up coming through? Oh, they come through later. Okay. Alright. So I hate that first part a little bit less because that was a Tetra. My bad. My brain was scattered. But it's still, nonetheless, the CDS ends up coming through. And if we want to fight a CDS in this kind of spot, so is that CDS? It has to be CDS, right? Yeah. So if we want to fight the CDS, we need to be the faster one. We need to close the distance against the CDS in order to win the fight. So there's times where we can take the fight against the CDS and like we're in a good spot, but we don't want to like slowly back up and play at our max range against the CDS. That's going to put us in a dangerous spot. Because we just lose the range battle. So either we need to close the space or we need to disengage completely. But that was my mistake at the beginning. You were fighting against Tetras at the beginning and you like took the open spot. That's totally fine. That you're playing that matchup properly. But then we did the same thing when the CDS respawned, and that's what got us picked there. But that opening was fantastic. That showcases like exactly how you should be playing Wiper in a lot of spots. I don't think you put any beacons down. So far, I would probably look to do that. There's a lot of spots you can kind of just throw, like your team is playing pretty slow because that like we have a lot of paint and we have a lot of protective tools. So like we have time to get beacons down. So I would like you to get beacons down in spots. Honestly, there's no wrong answers, but anything behind cover is generally going to be pretty good. You know, like if you're playing more defensive, like a beacon over here, beacon here, beacon here, you know, beacon over here is fine. You know, as we start getting more aggressive, voice crack, as we get more aggressive in these kinds of scenarios, you know, you can get a beacon over here, you can get a beacon back here, you can get one back here or over here. Beacon over here is totally fine. Beacon here is probably okay. There's a lot of spots where we can throw down the beacons, and because we're going to be pushing past it. So in these types of scenarios, I want us to get those down when we can. There's no rush for us to move forward here, although we have our junior going battle junior. That's one thing that I want to mention. I hope that we get more beacons out, because in terms of the macro play, those beacons are going to be extremely, extremely important. But right now your team's been under control, so they've just been able to jump. Okay. I'm okay with backing out here. Okay, before we get into the missile play, I'm totally fine with us backing out in this type of spot. However, right here, we get a shot on this person. This is the CDS. They don't have a lot of space to maneuver. So this is like an example where I was saying at the beginning, we want to avoid fights with CDS under their conditions of like us fighting max range and just like playing very safe and just moving around a lot, because they have more mobility and they have more range. So over time, we'll lose those fights. However, in a spot like this, we can be the aggressor. A, we already got a shot on them, so like they're damaged. But B, we can just drop over and probably get a vertical flick and potentially one-shot them. Like, this is a confined area where they can't outrange you because there isn't enough space. Their back is literally against a wall. So like they have nowhere to run. Even with their rolls, if they roll back, they're still not going to outrange you. And so I think you should be able to splat them faster. But you have way more mobility when they don't have room to maneuver. Because like your strafe movement with Wiper is really, really good. And you can do that anywhere. In order for like splat dualies and stuff to have room to move and outrange you, like they need more space than what they have here. Yes, they can go left and yes, they can go right, but that doesn't change the distance between you and them. Or it does, but it not past the breaking point of you not being in range anymore. So this is a spot where you could totally just take a fight here. I understand that like your team is at a numbers disadvantage, you're close to missiles, you just want to stay alive and kind of contain. But this is one of those scenarios where I really like going for this fight. And if we had beacons down, it's less important for you to get back. Like obviously you don't want to get splatted, but this fight's very much in your favor. So I'd rather us take the favorable fight, because like no one else on the enemy team is like able to help immediately. You can get this pick and back up or jump out or do anything way before anyone else on their team's able to respond. You know, there's a small timing window here to be able to do that, but it's there. And I would like for us to commit here. And we get punished for it basically never if we have good beacons already situated before we get into these types of scenarios. But, you know, the more disciplined play of just backing out here, it's a little bit dangerous because there could be people on the enemy team that like try to catch you. So there's a chance that you actually get splatted here. So it's a little bit risky, but I just like taking this fight straight up. This is a spot where you can be a lot more aggressive. Even if in theory, CDS does a better job of fighting you. Y'all are chilling here. Y'all are super chilling here. But you make it out, which is good. Again, this is a spot where you should be getting your beacons out. But enemies using specials, they have like your teammates are still moving into mid. So I'd like the missiles here to stall the play, because you should still be able to hold mid in this type of scenario. We'll see how you play it. Okay, yeah, you can get a pick for your troubles. So yeah, your teammates are coming back. I love you holding this area. This is great. The only thing I would be concerned with is someone popping up over the ledge here. We need to be a little bit mindful of that. But coming back to this open space to take fights this is wonderful. Yep. Yeah, all the repositioning here is great, but we still haven't used beacons. Where's the beacons? Where's my beacons? There we go. Okay, now we're cooking. Ouch, that's tough. Yeah, I don't blame you for moving in the direction that you did, but you ended up finding yourself dealing with like 20 things at once. But you were like moving kind of with your team and stuff, so There's a chance where this goes in your favor, but it's unfortunate they had Wavebreaker down and you weren't able to hit shots and all that. But I like that you got Beacon down before this play happened, but if we had more redundant beacons, like, we'd be chilling. Also, did you get a beacon over there? Yeah, this is good. And when we're fighting for mid like this, we probably get beacons a little bit safer. So this is where like a beacon here, beacon over here. Any of these spots is like pretty good. But I want to make sure that we're keeping these like refreshed. There's no need for us to play super fast. Our team is basically going to be waiting for missiles anyways. So just make sure that we're really good at juggling all of our resources. Take those. Nice. Okay. Last person. We could probably be a little bit more aggressive here. We probably can swing on them in this spot, but I'm okay playing it slower. Like, if we swing, there's a chance the paintbrush gets ready and hits us, but yeah, I'm totally fine with the way we played it. Yeah, now it's like, how do we get into position? Good spacing. Vertical flicks are nice. Our team is trying their hardest to make a glam nice. Yeah, missiles are okay there. I'm fine with that. Okay. Oh, that's tough, that's tough. So I can tell from your gameplay so far that you're kind of uncomfortable with the aggressive wiper playstyle. Your spacing and like your awareness of identifying matchups and playing around them properly based off of you know, whichever weapon you're fighting against, you're doing all of that perfect. But there's certain spots where you could be a little bit more aggressive that I would like to see you a little bit more aggressive. And like when we use missiles here, so like when we pop missiles on this person, when they end up dropping here, I want us to look for the aggressive pick. We should be looking to get a pick on this person. Either we go right here, which is a little bit sus, or we just swing over here and get this kind of angle on them. But this is a spot where we can be aggressive. Because better players won't die to the missiles here. I mean, this person's in a tough spot. I don't blame them for dying for missiles here, but better players over time won't necessarily die to missiles. So we can't just like, we can't ignore them, which we're not ignoring. We're like trying to play the spacing game. But this is a time where like we're wasting time with the spacing. We can be a lot more aggressive and just take this fight. Because this is like swinging out over here and hitting them is very advantageous for us. So we just like, if we're faster here, we can keep this basket open for longer. You know, the play that we're going for isn't bad, but it's, you know, we need to work on being aggressive and be that more Slayer role when there's opportunities to do so. And it takes time, it takes confidence to be able to do that consistently. And in this spot, there's a chance that we can sit under this type of ledge. Like there's a decent amount of space for us to kind of shark. Like we can shark over here, we can shark here. Depending on the timing window, like we can push over here and like establish ourselves up here and just get a bunch of shots. There's a lot of different ways that we can approach this situation. I think the way we did it is totally fine. You know, all these weapons, we fight them at long range, perfect. But there are chances where we can be more aggressive here. And I think one of the takeaways I've seen so far is that we're probably not as comfortable being aggressive as we are with our spacing. Yeah, and we looked to take that space, but the timing window wasn't there at that point, and then paintbrush was ready. But all in all, this was all really good. And y'all get a pretty decent push for it. You space the enemy team for a long time to make their life a little bit easier. But yeah, at this point, the push is dead. Like, once you jump in, which again, we don't, actually the beacon mid is probably fine, but like I don't like us jumping into our team in this spot. Kind of lucky that they just got the bubble down, so we're safe. But I'd rather us just jump into mid into our beacon and just start replenish our beacons. At this point, 2 teammates are down. We have no clams. We're not in a position to score. This push is done. This push is great too, because this is awesome. We love this. But we have to acknowledge this push is down. We take a risk by taking this jump that we don't need to. I don't know what our build is. Okay, we're running stealth jump, so it's not as bad, but like I still just jumped our beacon in mid. It's basically the same thing. And if we jump to our beacon in mid that's safer, it allows us to replace that beacon. We swim in ink. So, oops, whatever. So there's a beacon. My eyes literally don't work, but there's a beacon somewhere in mid. So if we jump to our beacon in mid, it'll explode, because if you jump to your own beacon, it explodes. So we land, we replace this beacon. We take this really comfortable position over here that we really like to stall the enemy team. And as we back out from mid and we get more ink, we can throw a beacon over here. We can throw a beacon here, but like take time, just get a beacon, get your beacons down, and then you can start playing your more aggressive spacey type role. Like our beacons have been okay, but they could be way better. We could be giving multiple options to our teammates at all times. Which again, we've had control of the game the entire match, so it doesn't really matter. But if the enemy team starts getting a lot of control, we don't want this game to fully snowball. So having those beacons helps stabilize a sense of control into the match. Yeah, probably could have been a little bit smoother on that. We end up holding that for a little bit. Potentially could have been like latency or something with the replay, but I wish that was like a one just quick smooth motion. And so like right when they're landing, we had our charge ready to go, but like we waited half a second. And I want us to be cleaner with that. Yeah, same thing there. We're waiting a little bit too long there, and we just want to be a little bit faster. Again, other people are going to punish us in these types of spots. This is all very good. Yeah, I'm still not getting beacons down. Yeah, we're being a little bit more aggressive here. So one thing I wanted to mention with these missiles, like they're okay. They're not great, they're not bad. Like we see them over here. We can just keep pressuring this person. Like we're trying to dislodge. Our goal with the missiles here is to dislodge this person, but we're already doing that. It's like instead of moving back and missiling, if we just stay holding this lane like we've been doing really successfully all game, we can hold our missiles. Our missiles are effectively doing the same thing as us sitting here and not letting this person play the game, which is like the overall goal is the same, but one of them uses our special so we don't have it after it's used, and the other one lets us keep our special so we can use it when there's a better opportunity for us to move forward. So I don't think we actually need to use our special in this type of scenario. Yeah, we probably a little bit of a min-max here, but we probably can look to swing this a little bit harder, faster. And this goes back to the aggressive play. Like we start cutting off their paint and stuff, but like in this type of position, this is where we can look to get more aggressive. And instead of like backing up here, like this person starts backing up, which allows us, like we can get here or we can get around like this thing. And like we can sit like in this type of spot and still hit these same shots. And by swinging around here, it gives us the opportunity to start moving forward a little bit more easy. Yeah, I think we hesitate a little bit to do that. And that's what makes this whole scenario a lot more difficult. Again, we do a great job of spacing here. and stuff. Let the remainder of this push play out, but I have one objective related thing I want to mention. Oh no, we're not going to get the KO. Unfortunate. Again, this is a really great play. But yeah, I'm noticing that we're very comfortable with our spacing. We're very uncomfortable with our slaying. Yeah, what's up, Peether? Welcome in, welcome in. And there's certain spots we can be a little bit more aggressive with our wiper. Like, we don't necessarily have to, but I just want to show these opportunities because, you know, this game, I think we're very comfortable against their weapon comp, and especially the way that they're playing their weapon comp. So I think the way we're playing is totally fine. It'll totally get the job done. But when it comes to optimizing and being able to, you know, be more creative, mix it up, because if we start getting too predictable, other teams might be able to exploit that. So like we get this score, we get this pick in this type of spot, and like we're close to missiles, like we can stall, it's totally fine. But one thing I do want to mention in this kind of situation, you have the ability to flank, like take this sort of off angle, because their enemy team is going to be focused on the basket and they're going to be focused on people coming through this choke point over here. So we can help our teammates and allow them to score by taking this aggressive fight. And while we don't need to take aggressive fights here, if we just sit here and we're safe, this doesn't necessarily keep the rest of our team safe. And I don't care as much about our safety with one clan versus everyone else trying to come through and us trying to get points for this that don't have the same flexibility that we have with our weapon. And this is a great opportunity where like they're going to see this person with a ton of clams, they're going to start throwing them, and like they're going to tunnel onto this objective. So this is a great opportunity for us to move forward. We can still move here and still play the same type of play style where we're just zoning them. But there is probably an opportunity, if we're fast enough and we have enough ink, we probably can just like one-shot this person and like keep going, or we can back out at that point. There's different ways that we can approach it. But I want us to take more aggressive positions here, because where we're at now, they just ignore you and they deal with the people that are going to score the majority of your clams. But if you take this aggressive positioning, they have to deal with you, and it alleviates a lot of pressure from the rest of your team. And all this is because like of the objective that's happening here. So one way that you can leverage the objective in order to have value for the rest of your team and make their lives easier is by being aggressive while the objective is happening. Because I trust me, the enemy team will continue to feed. At all levels, people will always feed in these spots. But you want to get missiles out, so I can understand that. And again, this is another spot we can be aggressive after. I'd rather us be in this type of position and then force them to be stuck behind the ramp versus the situation we're in. Because we're probably the best zoning tool to create space so that the rest of our team can score baskets. So I don't want us to worry about getting clamps here, because we have a better role that will net our entire team more clams by being aggressive, putting ourselves in front of, like, between the objective and the enemy team. And, you know, if the CDS rolls back and then you can't keep pushing the fight, like they can't do anything about the objective because they're really far away, so your team keeps scoring. And you can also like use this pillow as cover, you can use this wall as cover, you know, you can go back to this block and use that as cover. But I want us to be more aggressive focused here, because we can really push the game into overdrive in this spot, which your team still does a good job of, but I quickly just want to watch this from like okay. So I just want to watch this a little bit again in overhead mode. Because your teammates did a good job of slaying here, but if we imagine you being in a more aggressive role, hopefully the overhead can help kind of demonstrate the point. Yeah. So in this type of spot, again, you can keep pushing here and you can just like sit here, take this fight. You know, if this person doesn't respect you, there's a chance that you could just, you know, get into this type of spot and potentially one shot if they start moving forward to focus on clams. But we can be a lot more, like we can be up here instead of over here. But yeah, we go and get clams and we'll see how this plays out. It still works for your team, but if the enemy team plays it, like your H3 hits a shot and someone else on your team gets a pick. I think it was the paintbrush or maybe it was the junior. And like your team's getting picks, but like we don't want battle junior happening. And again, it's definitely a little bit better. At this point, the push kind of fizzles out. Again, this is a really great push, but just in terms of min-maxing and trying to play this a little bit better, you're definitely able to push it a little bit and use the objective to our advantage. Yeah, welcome in, AI. Bank robber. So what are you in jail for? Me. I pirated Mario Party DS. My DS self called the cops. Wait, Twitch, I was joking. Restro was left the stream. We definitely gotta hush down. Don't let Nintendo know we're playing their products. They can't know we're playing them, enjoying them, so on and so forth. Again, these missiles are fine. I like that we're taking space here. That person is... I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they were looking for a jump, but they may have given up. Either way, nice job. That should be game. It doesn't really matter. I was gonna say, probably don't throw your own ball off the map, but it doesn't matter. Not gonna use the wiper Deco if I never wipe. Oh man, the wiper memes are too much. So yeah, this was very very clinical, very good. Really love all of this. There's a couple things I would mention that will open up your gameplay to have more options. So the first thing for this weapon specifically, we need beacons. We should be jumping more to our beacons. Yo, what's up, Zach? Wiper. Hope y'all are doing well. Yeah. There's a lot of spots, like there was like you had beacon, like it's not like you never use beacons, but you should always have them out. And especially the way that your team comp is out there, where you have double bubble, you have a lot of paint, and you win like the range matchup and stuff, like you can slow this game down quite significantly. So there's tons of opportunities throughout this match to get our beacons down. And instead of jumping to our teammates and being immediately in the line of fire when there isn't really a push or anything happening, I'd rather you jump to like the beacon that you already have out and like use that time while the rest of your team's coming in to get those beacons down. Because this is also extra important when we get into the second one, where we're really uncomfortable being aggressive. And Wiper Deco is not an aggressive weapon. The way that you play the Wiper Deco is how it needs to be played. So I don't want you to completely switch up your gameplay because you're playing it very well. Your zoning, your awareness, like you understand the scenario and you play it extremely, extremely well. You play your ranges extremely well. I don't think you lost a single fight that you actually, like, I don't think you lost any fights that you should have won. Like, I think you just properly spaced out everyone. However, there was a couple of spots, like when you missiled and this person drops and, you know, you open up the, or wait, you open up the enemy basket over here and then you're backing up or you're going for clams over here versus like holding this kind of position and being very aggressive. And I want you to really practice that aggression. Not that you need to be like a very aggressive wiper because you play it well, but there's probably about 10% of the time that you can really turn on the aggression. And I can tell from your gameplay, you are very, very, very uncomfortable doing that. Even to the point of like dealing with a jump in and someone jumps in and like even your aggression there is just like, you do get the one shots, but it's like slightly delayed. Like there's definitely a lack of confidence, I feel, on that aggressive side. You're fully confident and you play it very, very well, the spacing game, but I want us to work on that aggression game. So when can we be aggressive? So if the objective, I'm just going to put objective feed because I don't want to type it all or write it all out. But basically, like when the basket is open or if the tower's in a spot, if you're playing TC, if the tower's in a position where people want to feed to stop it, or in Rainmaker, if the Rainmaker is like getting close to the goal or if they're like moving forward, there's spots where you can use the objective and the enemy's uncomfortable nature and them wanting to just stop the objective as fast as they can. You can use that to your advantage and look to be aggressive and punish them for, you know, in a lot of cases like autopilot, desperation, hero plays, whatever you want to consider it. You want to exploit that. And we're currently not doing that. We probably could have got a KO if we did that a little bit better. So advantageous fights. There was a spot over here where CDS drops into this pit and you hit them initially and then you just back up completely, which again is a fine play. But when CDS drops here and they have no space to roll outside of your range, like they can't win the spacing fight at this point. So I want to use these opportunities to just take this advantageous fight. Even if you can safely get out, we need to get more comfortable with these aggressive plays. Because certain games are going to be harder. Certain games you're going to be playing against weapons. Like, you know, you might play against like a Nautilus or some other type of splatling that can chew you up and outrange you. And if this is like a Nautilus dropping in this type of spot or a ballpoint or something, and you have an opportunity to jump on them short range when you have this type of advantage, I want us to be able to comfortably and confidently like do that. There's a couple of other spots where we were spacing out this person and our instinct, even though we got a couple of shots and they had to like back up, instead of pushing the issue, we just kind of like backed up a little bit and chilled in mid, which again, all of this is totally fine. All this is playing to your team comps. But if you want to be the most complete wiper deco that you can be, you're going to have to find this aggression. So that's what I mean by this. I don't want you to be, you know, I need to be super aggressive. I need to take all these fights. You know, that's not what I'm saying. I think the way that you played is perfect for like 85, 90% of the game. but there's going to be matchups and scenarios that are going to be infinitely harder. This was like a cakewalk, partially because you played it so well, but this was a very easy game based off of the comp that you were playing against, and not every comp that you play against is going to be as easy. So I just want to get you ready so that, you know, the game may ask of you to take an aggressive fight in order for you to be able to win. And we want to be able to confidently be able to do that. So I want us to focus on that a little bit. Shoot, I think there was one more thing that I wanted to mention, but I don't know, I think that's it. Honestly, this should be plenty. Because this aggression, oh yeah, the one thing I wanted to mention about the aggression specifically is that when you're, again, I know that you're uncomfortable just by watching you play. Because you're uncomfortable with this aggressive play style, you're good. In order to fix the problem, you're going to have to play worse. You're going to have to go for fights and mess it up. You might throw a game because you lost a fight. But even if, as long as you're making reasonable decisions, it's going to take time for your mechanics to catch up. And maybe you don't have any issues. I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, maybe mechanically this won't be a problem for you, and it's just a mentality thing that you have to change. But due to how uncomfortable it looks in this kind of game, it's totally fine to feed and for things to get worse before they end up getting better. But we need to get out of our comfort zone. Yo, Paulo, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Knowing when to spend time to put beacons down is harder than you'd think. You know, definitely. But again, I think it's a skill that you have to work on a little bit. And in a match like this, there was a lot of downtime for us to be able to get all that stuff situated. And little decisions like jumping to the front lines with your teammates versus jumping to a beacon makes that, like if you jump a little bit farther back, but still pretty far forward, to one of your beacons, and it's a lot easier to get those, you know, 2 beacons down before you are pressured, compared to being in the middle of a fight that you're not really going to take anyways because your comp isn't built to deal with that. But yeah, it's okay if this aggression thing causes you to have worse stats over time, or like in the short term. In the short term, this is going to make you a worse player, but in the long term, you're going to be way more comfortable. And, you know, the more fights you take, you'll have a better feeling on when an aggressive play makes sense and when that feels good versus, you know, oh, I'm trying to be more aggressive. So you know, you might take, your decision making might be a little bit worse if you err on the side of being more aggressive in general, but you know, just, I can tell you're very methodical with your play. So if I tell you that you need to be more aggressive in a lot of these fights, I think you'll be chilling. I think you'll be in a good opportunity. So this is the biggest thing. Not that you need to do it all the time, but be comfortable so that once you're actually needed to do it once or twice a game, you can execute flawlessly. Remember the whole reason I downloaded the Twitch app on your phone was because of the Vic raid? Sheesh. Vic is the goat, huh? Actually true. Alright. I'm sure these stats, yeah, I was gonna say, these stats very clean. I think missile usage, there was one spot with your missiles. You didn't need to use them, you could have just bullied them with your main weapon. Outside of that, I think all of your other missiles are pretty good. Let me double check what your initial prompt was just to make sure I didn't miss anything. You said, yeah, aggro support. Yeah, you definitely, I think you want to play support mostly, but you played support always, and you want to find a little bit more aggression and work on your decision making to be more aggressive. And anything in regards on decision making, when to push on clams. Yeah. And then yeah, for that, like we were mentioning, in time and place matter. me saying this doesn't mean that you should never pick up clams, because with different team comps, you should definitely be the one that picks up clams. But in this kind of team comp, you are the aggressive weapon. Even if you're playing a support wiper, you're still the aggression on your team. And you need to hold that aggression so the rest of your team's able to score. But again, there will be games where you just want to sit back, farm missiles. You know, maybe you have a Tetra on your team, or you have a blaster that's like ready to go in and feed, and you know, they're playing a lot more aggressive. If you notice that, if they are filling in that role after you open the basket to, you know, they're pushing the enemy team back and they're creating that buffer between the objective and the enemy team, then yeah, by all means, you should be the one getting clams. But if no one's doing that role, then you may want to consider being the one to do that role. And in this match specifically, you fill this role best. And when you did it, you executed flawlessly. But there was little pockets where you could have been doing it and you went for clams instead. Which your team ended up still outslaying them when they probably shouldn't have. So honestly, everyone on your team was just kind of, y'all were all just kind of popping off. But we want to make good decisions in the scenarios where maybe we all are not popping off. I've gotten significantly better since watching these streams. That's awesome to hear. Thank you so much. That's definitely the long-term goal with all of this. I too have been able to continue to improve. Thinking about the game a little bit more thoughtfully. And also just getting different perspectives. I love improvement. That's what I'm saying. I also love tent mans. So are you ever going to go back to the V10 AI? Or is it just like, is Sorella just that much better? Yeah, one of the channels is just like a VOD channel, but you know, have a strategy. Let's go. The big brain content creation meta. All right. There are 3 Triton Cup games. I'm gonna have to just pick one for now. So I apologize to Astro Light, but let's look at what we got. Dark Tetra, Light Tetra. There's a Wahoo zones, Flounder zones, Mako zones. I wonder. We'll just do the first one. Wahoo zones. I miss Pole. We talked about Vic, and it reminded me of Wahoo Pole. Let's be back with our Pole friend. So I'll get this one, and then someone else wants to take some of the other ones. I just want to make sure everyone is able to get a review. So, kind of pulling through the backlogs here. We're trying to bump them all out, so I'm sure they'll be understanding. Astro lights. All right, cool. Oh wait, I just typed it in, didn't I? Right? Yeah. Yo, what's up, Teddy? Try to be more objective after my matches. Like, oh, I could have done better here and there. Thanks to your stream. Well, thank you. That's that'll help you out in a game like Splatoon, but it'll also help you out in life and a lot of other places. Anywhere where you're like actively looking to improve and better yourself. That's like a really important approach to have. So that's one of my favorite things about the playing games competitively, is that a lot of those skills translate over to other things. And everything that we do inside of the competitive environment can improve us both as Splatoon players and competitive players, as well as people in certain spots. So it can also be way we can be way worse people depending on, like, you know, our perception and the toxicity and, you know, how we take things. But, you know, there's a lot of learning opportunity and value to basically putting yourself to improving at anything. So as I get older, and especially as I've like kind of played in a bunch of different games on a competitive level to varying degrees, some are more casual competitive and some were I'm traveling to compete with them, but there's been lessons that have translated from some of those games to others, and some lessons that have translated over to the IRL. Yo, what's up, Astro? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Right on time. So we are. Thank you for the hydrate. There. So I'm gonna look at this as, because this is Triton Cup, which this is like a, I believe it's EU type of tournament, but you know, it's a coordinated environment, team environment. I don't know if this was a pickup or if this is like a consistent team that you all are a part of. But we're mainly going to look through your perspective. Oh, I also need to change the little doodad. Pickup, gotcha. Thank you. I'll just put the name of it, Trading Cup. And this was, I think you said about Div 5 Gamer. I'm just going to put Div 5. Just going to put D5. And the D stands for Div. Love you. Div 21 player. Free agent right now? Gotcha. Mid-level pickups, I see. Want to make a team at some point? I only know one person who likes Splatoon. He plays more casual. I'm an A+ player. Let's go. We're almost there. But yeah, you can definitely find some other people to play with. Oh, Reese, if you're actually looking, there's actually a really awesome opportunity if you had availability this weekend. Before we start, I'm gonna find the calendar event, but there's a tournament series called Launch Point. It's called like Launch Point Draft Cup, and so it's catered toward newer players, and it's a draft cup, which basically means you put in, like, I think you just sign up for the tournament and they like make teams for you. Like they'll draft teams and they'll make comps that like make sense. So it's like a really awesome opportunity to, like, you know, meet other people and you know, learn more about everything and just, you know, get a feel for it in an environment without having to like put it all together yourself. But oh, signups are closed. RIP. But yeah, this is the Discord for it, and it's called Launch Point Draft Cup. But yeah, you can definitely be a you can be a sub. Option for no mic. Yeah, I believe so. Some people don't like to play with people without mics, which understandable. But yeah, I know that there's definitely a lot of people that don't use their mics, so you would not be alone if that's not something you're, you know, it's either feasible or comfortable or whatever the case may be. But yeah. Yeah, there's definitely there's a handful of those types of tournaments that you can kind of just like sign up, and even if you don't have a full team and stuff. Most of them you need a team, but there are unique opportunities to do that. And I would definitely try my best, you know, if you played well with someone, or, you know, if other people are just like looking to just get experience, you know, definitely use it as a networking opportunity, kind of say hello and, you know, oh, we played really well. You know, do you want to play some open at some point in the future? And then, you know, it doesn't have to be immediately competitive stuff, but just, you know, sweat a little bit with other people that are in a similar position as you. Definitely help. Anyways, speaking of help, let's go to Triton Cup. So our comp is relatively balanced. We got Splash, we got a heavy Deco with Kraken, and we have a Tri-Strike with our bucket. We're playing against a short range comp. They do have missiles. They have quite a few bombs. So it's potentially a little bit scary. As Tetra, we can, as we saw in the last game, we kind of struggle a little bit against the Wiper. I don't know what the, does anyone know how Tetras versus Splat Dualies goes? I don't know which one has more range. It feels like a skill check, but part of me wants to say Splat Dualies has slightly more range, but I could totally be wrong. Skill matchup, gotcha, that's totally fair. Yeah, it's hard. Probably one slightly. That, huh. It has more range. Okay, I gotcha. But yeah, definitely skill matchup. But maybe a slight edge to the Tetra. I can believe that. And then we can do a pretty good job against these weapons as long as we space ourselves properly. So, anyways. Zones on this map. I think we have, I don't know, both teams have pretty good specials. But both can do, it's going to be a how we use it kind of thing. I don't think there's any clear advantages that we have other than a lot of range, but they're very low to the ground, have a lot of mobility. They can push really hard with missiles. They can be really annoying if they get bubbles down. You know, they also have a crab, so it's scary on both ends. Which gamer can break their hand the hardest? It's always funny when I'm in the middle of a fight. I'm like, is it worth hurting my wrist in this exact moment at for better odds of winning this fight? Usually I answer no, but sometimes in tournaments I say yes. But it's funny. Splatoon's such a weird game in that, like, literally in the middle of fights, that'll be like my kind of a decision point when playing the game. If you don't play Splatoon, you just don't understand. But it's hilarious. Broke my hand before the game started. Oh no. All right. But yeah, on this map, Tetra obviously wants to play around open spaces. It wants to drop when it can. It wants to approach at relatively close ranges and be able to kind of explode at the other team. I know a lot of times X-Ray likes to use this wall during opening and find ways to drop onto the enemy team. When your team has an advantage, like, You can look to take fights out here. In certain cases, you can even push your advantage all the way over here. Take fights over here, over here. Like there's, I'm assuming we're running all QR. Or yeah, QR hunt. A lot of QR. So our goal is to feed a lot. And if we can take fights on the enemy's team side of the map, because we have this heavy deco, we should have easy jumps to get back onto the map. So I want to see us pushing our aggression and look for aggressive opportunities when we can. But there's a lot of interesting matchups for you specifically throughout all of this. So I'm interested to see how you navigate through all of this. That's tough. Oh, that's not the right button. So at the beginning here, remember in Splat 2, I twisted my hand so hard I dropped my controller. I still got the kill. That's the important part, certainly. Never had an injury playing Splatoon yet. Me next game. Yeah, I've had definitely sore wrist where I've had to do like exercises, like wrist exercises before I start playing. I didn't really have any injuries. I've done a lot of, like I played like a lot of Guitar Hero and Rock Band and stuff back in the day. Like I've messed up my wrist quite a bit. But I do think that I think I messed up my wrist the most when I was playing League of Legends, because when I never really PC game, but I'd always like press my wrist onto like the ground or like the mat when I'm like moving, and it like pinched the nerve or something. So I had like wrist pain for a little bit, but I like fixed it and like caught myself, and I did a bunch of exercises. Over time it got better before like serious damage was done, fortunately. So like I'm chilling now. But yeah, definitely take care of yourself. Stretches and stuff help. So yeah, at the beginning here, I kind of like the idea of you just going left. Just take this wall. You know, you can look for an opportunity over here. You can like playing on glass is generally the safest because other weapons aren't going to have the same ability as you are. Because yeah, they don't even have anyone go over here. So like instead of you sitting back here, if you were sitting over here or over here during this opening, there's less missiles that your teammates have to deal with, so it just alleviates some pressure. But the other thing is that the enemy team gets way less comfortable. You know, they're really uncomfortable. If I have to deal with a Tetra that's just sitting over here, I'm super uncomfortable. So I would have preferred you to kind of take space at the beginning, but all in all, not too punishing. I know a lot of heavies will also hold glass at the beginning of the match. I know if I have to play against it, it's really annoying, but that's another decision point. Obviously it's a pickup, so it's like a little bit more freeform, but I'd be interested to hear. Like playing on your plat's totally fine as well, but I kind of like, especially against their comp, I kind of like playing glass. Like if we're playing against Tetras or something, I mean, like an E-leader, then playing it safer on our plat probably makes more sense. But I think we can push our aggression, being clearly the weapon with the most range as a heavy. And we can assert our dominance. But like when we're going into a matchup against missiles, I would have preferred us to be a little bit more spread out, just so that missiles have less of an impact. I think I was a little worried about pushing up and dying early since the pickup. That's fair. Yeah, there's definitely like a different mentality and a different meta when it comes to like playing with pickups. So I don't blame you. But against their comp, I think it makes everyone's life easier as long as you don't go in and immediately die. But you know, they have no one pushing left side, which you should be able to see just by checking minimap as you're starting to move toward mid at the beginning of the match. So there's a very clear opportunity for you to just to make things a little bit easier. But, you know, we get the initial trade in mid, save our crab, which is good, and then unfortunately our teammate gets yoinked. Yo, your Kraken is a real one for eating those bombs. What the heck? Okay, okay. Nice. This whole this whole interaction felt very uncomfortable. In this type of spot, I want to take that out of context. Uh-oh. Wait, what did I do? What did I say? Again, against their comp, it doesn't matter too much, but when we get this beacon and then after we pop the beacon, when we see the enemy team jumping in, I kind of like us fanning out a little bit and just, again, playing around like either this side of glass and just being away from stuff. Because the way that we end up positioning, which again isn't too much of a problem here, but the way that we position, they have easier routes to drop here. Because if they roll like away from you and toward your team, like that's still good for you, you know? Like the rest of your team should be able to clean that up if they waste both their rolls to run away from you. But the other thing is that like you're turning your back toward banana or fence or whatever you want to call this little area. I like calling it banana. So, you know, you turn your back to anyone that's potentially on banana and you put yourself potentially at like this weird pincer. And also your timings of when you are shooting and not shooting was a little bit awkward, but this was a weird spot, so I can understand why it felt awkward, but yeah, it's like we stopped shooting while that was happening. Yeah, it was a little bit of a Tetra moment, but I like this. I would prefer us taking more space when we can. That's tough. Yeah, getting caught in missiles, that is what it is. Taking these mobs. They don't call it Kraken Royale. What is a Royale even supposed to mean? Why is it Royale? Like, is it better than it was in Splatoon 1? I actually have no idea. I've always wondered. Or was it called Kraken Royale in Splatoon 1? I thought it was just called like Kraken. Oh, it's bigger, okay. I gotcha, thank you. Sorry, this is a really... We're talking about Kraken, I'm like, oh. I like our patience going in with our teammate. I could feel a little bit of panic on your end, but it's tough dying to the bomb there. But we get zone at least. We probably could have avoided the bomb there, but there was a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. This entire set was really like this series of rolls and just play here is really nice. I like that when I think it's T-Tech or whatever, when they start giving you space, I like that you take that space. Like you're still playing at a very good range, but yeah. Now it's a little bit tough because yeah, the rest of the team's there and they have a crab. But I like the way that you play that. Yeah, now we're playing glass. Let's go. Okay, I love that. That's why I want us to play glass. No one can play glass like Tetra can play glass. Maybe ballpoint, but ballpoint's not here. The other thing I'd mention here, this is a weird spot, but I don't know if I would want to trade just painting here. Like once this person drops, because like when they're up here, like we don't necessarily want to take this flank or like jump at them. So I don't actually know what the right play in this type of situation would be. But once they drop in this type of scenario, like we can use this part of the wall and like jump up here and then like roll on them and roll behind. But I'd rather us try to be more aggressive and push this fight versus just like sitting there and painting. But before, when they were sitting on top of this ledge, it's very awkward to be more aggressive. But yeah, like this is great. I just think we maybe could have been slightly more aggressive. Ooh, that was a really nice pre-fire. Oh no. Yeah, they just kept playing the wall. That's tough. You initially had it and then we got a little bit lost in the sauce. Which, watching Tetras, it's tough. I trolled that. It's all good. Yeah, I probably would have been more concerned about them coming up the big wall, but there's so much happening. It's like watching like an anime fight or something, so I don't blame you. Super minor, but we probably can roll backwards instead of forward here. I know we're potentially concerned with someone like eating those bombs. Oh, no. Like if we're scared of people behind us, then I'd rather us try to get behind this cover. Like I'd rather us either try to get over here or we just back up, depending on if you think there's any threats over here or not. But I don't like running this way. I think that we have better opportunities of actually surviving in this type of spot. It feels like we're almost giving this up a little bit too easy because we're not threatening the crab, you know? Like we're wasting its time, but we could waste its time literally doing anything. I'm gonna start pronouncing bombs with a B. Bombs. But again, the idea there is great. I love that we're playing glass. Oh, that's tough. But we're in the Tetra loop. We're chilling. A little bit less chilling with all the missiles. Yeah. This is a good example of why, like, when we start crowding around together, where it can be a little bit dangerous. Bombs. Bombies. Bombies sounds kind of sick, though. That's tough, you're not getting these picks. I do really like the patience and the thoughtfulness when you're dropping from the left side. Like you waited for an opportunity, you waited out the crab, you waited for an opportunity to drop on them, and like you committed to it. Because like you have to commit because you're just Tetra, you have to go in and feed. But I like the thoughtfulness before you end up feeding there. It's really unfortunate you didn't get a pick there. Yeah. Guarantee the zone retake is good there. Yeah, I was gonna say definitely jump to your team. They're all coming in right side. Ooh. This is kind of awkward. Yeah. There's so many should have been picks here. I'm surprised you're not getting any of these. Nice. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Nice stuff. Yeah. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness when you have the time. And when it's time to go in, I like that you're just committing. You're just making a decision. In certain spots, maybe the decision I disagree with slightly, but that decisiveness and that pace of play, I think is very, there's a bit of refinement there that I really like to see as with you on Tetra. Yeah. I think the biggest things here is playing like, I want us to fan out a little bit more on average. I think with you know, with the openings and just with any opportunity, and later on in the game you definitely like started playing around glass a lot more, and I think you put yourself in very successful situations where if we went back and played this game another 10 times, not that every one of those fights would have gone in your favor, but way more of those fights would have gone in your favor. So I think a lot of this you played well, and slight mechanical unfortunate making the difference in a lot of these spots. But yeah, go wide. Make enemy uncomfortable. And again, later on in the game, you did that a lot. You did that really, really well. But I think there's definitely spots, especially toward the beginning, that you could have played it a little bit better. And sometimes we're defaulting sitting like with the rest of our team. And especially against something like missiles, we can get everyone into quite a bit of trouble. So we want to make sure that we avoid that. I think your overall usage of your special was totally reasonable, and you held zone in very important spots. Thank you for the hydrate. I mean, your auto bombs, I don't remember too many of them, but for the most part, I think they were fine. Your patience when you needed to be patient, I think was very solid. But me when I miss my shots. There's definitely at least one other thing I really wanted to go over. I think I'm gonna say creativity in positioning. There was a couple of times where like when you and the T-Tech were like fighting for paint and stuff, and like you're both painting in the middle. And like once the T-Tech drops in this kind of spot, I want us to immediately, like, because we can jump, we can paint this wall, and like we don't have to like jump all the way, climb this wall, get around. Like there's a faster approach of us jumping onto here, and then we can get onto this green area and then drop. And I think there's a couple of opportunities for us to be able to like kind of drop on them that we either, I think for the most part, we just kind of either avoided or just didn't look to try and do. But yeah, I think once we were playing it over here, it was good. But there was just a couple of unfortunate spots, like when we did this fight on the wall, and we were like, we kind of kept our head down when this person was climbing wall and stuff, which like those things are tough. But you know, that's like an example of where that creativity can have like quite a bit of a positive impact on everything. I think there was a couple of spots where and I think some of the creativity and positioning also was like when they had this beacon over here, and like you're shooting at the beacon and then you just kind of sat here and waited for this person to come through. And I just wanted to see a little bit more proactive movement on your end, just to make it uncomfortable, where like this person has to deal with people, I want them to run in, or like when they jump in, I want them to see, you know, you're heavy over here. I want you to swing around, be all the way over here, you know, force them to drop and waste time, and just overall make them very, very uncomfortable. So that's kind of the biggest thing. I think you played Tetras very, very well. Yeah, I think when we needed to like push forward and everything, I think you did a very good job of all of that. Shoot, there was one other thing. I'm trying to remember what the last thing was. Because yeah, we never really got to a position, which sometimes it happens. I think we were a little bit on the back foot for most of this game, which some of it makes sense because of the comp that we're playing. We have to play a little bit more back. But I think there's a lot of opportunities of going for like flanks around here, you know, like pushing into like their court area that we just didn't end up finding, which again, some of it was just based off of we're playing a little bit of a slower comp. So unless we like wipe them, we're not going to necessarily have those opportunities. But I don't know. All in all, I think this was very solid stuff. I just want us to separate ourselves from the end or from our own team as much as we can. And especially on a map like Wahoo World, like there's a lot of space for you to be able to, you know, continue to extend. Like you can play this kind of lane where you're like, you know, you're fighting someone over here, which happened a couple times, which is good. But, you know, if you need to keep backing up, that's totally fine. And if you have to like drop off here, then that gives you a potential flank opportunity, or, you know, you can jump back if you need to, or you can play, you know, underneath. There's also flank opportunities like dropping through right side, coming underneath, and then flanking around. Like there's definitely a lot of interesting opportunities for you to kind of use more space. I felt like in certain cases, which it goes back to the go wide, it just sometimes it felt like we were a little bit too claustrophobic. I don't know if that's the right way of phrasing it, but you know, it felt like we had more room than we ended up wanting to use. But overall, good stuff. Like I said, I think that game goes way smoother if some of your shots just land. Which again, you play these matchups more. Sometimes they go your way, sometimes they don't. I think it was just really unfortunate that a lot of them didn't go your way. But I think overall you played that really well. I think under pressure you made really disciplined decisions, which I was really happy to see. And I think sometimes he got baited by like bubble, or like we don't want to just kind of like we put ourselves in danger by like trying to shoot the bubble and stuff. We end up getting splatted by silly things. You know, like we can deal with bubbles with our special, but if we don't have that, we don't necessarily need to force shredding their bubble, you know? Like just let time kind of take its course. Poor Ink. Forgot you went 1 and 8. Oh no. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I didn't look at everything through the rest of your team's lens, but I don't know. I think everything for the most part seemed kind of okay. Had a good splat zones match. Nice, nice, nice. I think that's probably going to be it for now. Okay, it's just a TC rotation. Reese hit the max div. Let's go. Let's go. All right. honestly, we might call it here. We're still waiting on. We've been getting a bunch of like furniture and random stuff because we like kind of relatively recently moved into this place, and it's been a nightmare. Like half of our stuff hasn't come. It's been awful. So I've been a little bit busy with that. So I think we're gonna have to do a lot of rearranging stuff tomorrow. So I might want to call it quits a little bit early today. But yeah, for the next couple of weeks, I might be experimenting a little bit with some earlier streams and just having more time with stuff. I have a lot of ideas and I have a little bit of free time, so I want to try to do that as best as I can. But again, appreciate all of the replay codes. Appreciate all of the conversation. And we will be back at it probably tomorrow. I might actually try to get an early stream tomorrow, but we'll see. We're waiting on some stuff to be delivered, and they give us like a 6-7 hour like time frame. It's like, oh, we might be here anywhere between like 11 o'clock and like 6. Like, okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. But yeah, my goal, at least for a little bit, is to try to be a lot try to put a lot of time into a lot of this, partially to catch up and partially just use the time that we have to get a value out of everything. So yeah, that's all I have for now. I might Pro-Char, it was crazy. You're real. Pro-Char the GOAT. I don't know if I'm going to play in the Turf War tournament this weekend. We'll have to see. But yeah, I will send you all over to Cherry. Cherry is a wonderful streamer. Currently playing Splatoon. Was playing some Charger before. I think recently was playing some Orange Zap, which I know we saw some Orange Zap earlier, so always a good time. Always fun conversations. So if you're looking for some more Splatoon content, definitely go follow them. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I'm gonna shill out all of my stuff. I have a yes, follow Pro-Chara for sure. But by the end of this week, I should have a non-review. I have a video idea that I've been working on about just painting. It'll be relatively short. I'm gonna try to experiment with shorter videos, but hopefully it's something that people find value in. Just kind of working out the details and trying to edit it as little as possible. But yeah. Anyways, enjoy Cherry. I will be back hopefully tomorrow. I'll probably have to stream early because I know that SOS is later on. So we might have to do like an early stream, but yes, follow Vic as well. The goats. Anyways, take care. Have a good night. I'll see you all soon. Take care.